Good morning, everybody. How is everybody today? I'm home. Finally, I'm home with all my things around me, and it's still a big hot mess here. I've slowly got things back together. The main thing is I'm ready for sprints today, and I will be reading The Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Do let us know in the comments below what you're reading today, and if you're new here, introduce yourself and let us know what your favorite genres and all that sort of stuff are, and don't forget to subscribe and also hit that like button. Now that we've got all of that out of the way, how is everybody today? Have you been getting lots of reading in? I know that for a lot of people that join us on Monday, it is actually Sunday where you are, but there are a few people that are in the Southern Hemisphere and they join us as well. So today is a very overcast and rainy sort of day. I have my cup of tea in my huge mug. I have so missed my mugs while I've been away. So let me set that over there before I spill it. I have a couple of things that I need to get done today. I have to get my pages, and I was just looking before, and then I realized we were about to go live, so I probably had to stop looking. We are going to the top of chapter 15 today. So if you are a little bit behind, that's where we're going to try and get to chapter 15 by Thursday evening if you are in the Northern Hemisphere, and Friday morning if you're in the Southern Hemisphere. I will be joined by Coda and Neva shortly. Neva is just finishing up on her channel because she was committed somewhere else today, and of course she's home, so she was going to come over and join us. And of course Coda is running a little bit late because he decided to go for a walk, and he's just having a shower. So I just got a message. So they will join us momentarily. They'll probably be here either before we go to a sprint or just after we get back. So yeah, no need for them to rush or anything like that. I've got this. I can handle this. So over the weekend, I watched The Goblet of Fire, and oh my God, now that I've read the book, I'm like, oh my God, how much they left out of that is unbelievable. Like there was nothing about the house elves. There was nothing. There was just so much taken out of it. You know, there was none of the real like the talk about Hagrid being the giants and all that sort of stuff, and even like some at the beginning there was a little bit in the movie, but not a lot. So yeah, like there was so much that was left out of it. That's the first thing I did, because trying to watch TV with Mia, it just doesn't happen. So because I end up watching all these really obscure cartoons, and like, yeah, no, it's not for me. But anyway, yeah, so I'm so glad to be home. I come home, I think I got home about 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I got home to the South Bennett a little bit earlier, but my husband was over working on the forklift because the forklift busted last week, I think it was, or the week before, and he was fixing it. So I just went over there and was talking to him and whatnot. And then I come home and I looked at the car and went, yeah, I'm not unpacking that until later when it cools down, because it was quite hot here yesterday. And then I had it, but no humidity. It was so good. Like I was standing in the sun, like, and not dripping in sweat like I was down in Brisbane. It was just so nice. It was so nice. So yeah, and then I come home and I just plunked myself on the couch. I put some washing on, did a few things around the house that hadn't been done while I was away, which is not surprising. And and then just sat on the couch, watched that, and then I started watching Buffy because I was on Stan and it came up along the suggestion, and I'm like, all right, let's have a look at this. So I put it on and got sucked into that until about 9:30 last night. And then, which I really enjoyed it. And I was talking to my partner about it, and he said that he started watching it a little while ago. And basically, it didn't really do anything for him. Hello. How are you?
Great. I've been sprinting all day.
Awesome. How'd it go?
Good. I mean, I had to shut my computer down before I came on these sprints because I don't know what it was doing. It was like super slow. But
okay. Just
otherwise
doing its thing. So anyway, I was talking to my husband about it, and he goes, yeah, it was quite predictable. And then I'm like, I thought about it, and I'm like, these, like Buffy and Charmed and all those ones were all set up as, like weekly, shows and all the rest of it. And I said, I think they're more suited to have that 7 days between them, so you're excited to see the next one. They're not bingeable. Like, you can binge them if you're right into them and all the rest of it, but if you're not, then they're not really a bingeable thing. You watch a couple episodes, walk away, and then you appreciate it. Otherwise, it does become predictable. And he's like, yeah, never thought of it that way. You're probably right on that one. I like to hear those words. You're probably right. Like most of us. So what have you, anyway, that was the end of my conversation. So what have you been reading today? I have not been on anybody's sprints except yours right at the beginning at 4 a.m. And I popped over to Kelsey and Brittany about 10 minutes before we went live. So I know what they're reading, but what are you reading today?
Well, I actually, so for anyone who doesn't, take a shower? Sure. But where's my towel? Right. Go upstairs and ask Brayden if he put everything in the dryer. Otherwise, I'm going to have to use one of my towels. Anyhow. For those that don't know, which I don't think a lot of people really know this, like we've kind of talked about it, like the people that are in the chat or whatever. Some of us are doing like a 30 and 30 thing that started yesterday. And then I also was doing Word Nerdathon, which everyone knows that. And I was also doing Jan's Patreon Patreon readathon this weekend. So I have actually finished one book today. So awesome. I finished Daisy Hates yesterday, finally. It only took me a month. And then today I finished what did I finish? I finished something. Please hold. I am drawing a blank. Butcher and Blackbird. I finished Butcher and Blackbird today. And I gave it 6 stars. But I will say what I've already said, that I gave this book 6 stars because I enjoyed it. But you have to most people I feel like rom-coms, like if you're into romance at all. But you also have to like dark romance and horror, specifically body horror. Like there are people in my little friend group here on the internet that I would not suggest this book to because there is some eye stuff that happens. I'm gonna be honest, like it is.
I'm there for the horror because now correct me if I'm wrong. This is a romance about 2 serial killers, right?
Yeah. So this is it's gonna be a trilogy. So Butcher and Blackbird is the first one, and then Leather and Lark is the second. I'm so excited for that one. So Butcher and Blackbird is friends to lovers. There is a third act breakup. Because I know someone's gonna ask because I gave it 6 stars and I don't like a third act breakup, but it makes sense when it happens, like the reasoning. And I would call it a third act conflict, not really a breakout. Breakup. Clearly, I've been on the internet too long today.
This should be interesting then.
There's a conflict that happens that I guess could be construed as a third act breakup, but it didn't bother me because it made actual sense. They don't bother me as long as it makes sense. And I feel like with a lot of contemporary,
if they don't make sense, I'm the same with the breakups. Like if it makes sense,
be done, but he put
then I'm okay with it. But if it's just like just because, no.
on the right side of the table.
Okay, well, you can use my towel, or you can just wait a second until we go on the first round. So, anyways, so yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was 6 stars. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it to everyone, but I can't wait for the second book to come out. Like I pre-ordered it before I even finished Butcher and Blackbird, and like so glad that I did, honestly.
When is the second book coming out?
June, I think, June or July.
Okay.
So pretty soon. I will be buying these books like physically for my, trophy shelf. Because wonderful. And the covers are so pretty. But then I have I have about an hour and a half left of Hate by Tate James, which is for a vlog. Nicole's also doing this vlog.
Not in here.
I know, it's in the dryer. That's why I said
have I started? No, I haven't. Am I going to do it all in 1 week? Yes, I am.
It's really, I mean, I can tell you that I am enjoying it, but that's all I'm really going to say about it, because it's going to be like in a whole.
It's coming out in a vlog, so you're getting nothing from us.
But yeah, so that's what so I'm hoping to finish that. Obviously, we're reading Harry Potter as well, so I don't think Harry Potter will take me more than 2 sprints, because I'm doing
what we've got, because we're only going to chapter 15 today, because we've broken this one up into 6 because it was a little bit bigger. So I did not have my book down in Brisbane. I'm now home and I have my book, so I feel better now. I have my book.
Yeah, so since we're going to 15,
what do you hug for affection? Books.
Yeah, so I plan on doing that, and then finishing Hate, and then I'm hoping to also finish Dungeons and Drama. If I can finish Hate and Dungeons and Drama by the time I go to bed tonight, then Word Nerdathon and Jan's Readathon, I will have actually completed them both.
Look at you go!
And I will have cut my currently reading. That's on. I have done the best that I know how, and I have not started any new books this weekend because I knew basically I used Jan's for Jan's Readathon. The theme was like reading you're currently reading, so cutting your currently reading down. So I used that same goal for Word Nerdathon because I was like, this will just be easier if I just combine them. And I will have cut my currently reading on Storygraph in half because I have 8 books that are listed. Now, one of these books is Haunting Adeline because I've not decided if I'm going to go back to this book or if I'm going to include it in Brooklyn's vlog, because that's what I was reading it for, and just say, like, this book was not for me. I cannot do the audio. I listened to the sample, the audio in the man's voice. I cannot. I don't know who it is that does the man's voice, but I just cannot do it. The way that the man reads it. I can't. Like, Zayd is already creepy as it is, okay? And I just can't. So, but I'll have to put it from 8 to 4. So I feel like that is, like,
that's
wonderful.
Pretty good.
I'm going to keep reading my currently reading because I need to get it back down to where I'm reading uno booko at a time. Like, I need to just
I've had a pretty good weekend of reading as well. I finished another arc. So that is another overdue arc off my list. I started another one and I'm about 100 pages in, 80 pages, 100 pages in, something like that. I'm a quarter of the way through because I'm listening to it. It's an audio one. I obviously am up to date with Harry Potter. I have finished another one off the Women's Prize for Fiction, and I have started another one off the Women's Prize for Fiction. So I am on book 5 right now. And so far so good. I'm on track, and I don't feel like I'm being stressed about reading the whole thing. So, and the other book that I'm quarter way through is also a NetGalley arc that's overdue as well. So yeah, I'm doing well. And I think I haven't moved one of the books from my currently reading, but I have a lot on there. I think I have like 10 on there, which is not great. But I have logged 73 books already this year. Not that I'm trying to log a ton of books. It just happens that the 2 readathons that I did at the beginning of the month, at the beginning of the year, I did almost 60 books for both of them. But I've also done a lot of ARCs, which were recipe books, craft books, and all that sort of stuff. So some of my crafty people are starting to follow me on Goodreads, so I've been doing the reviews and stuff on there. So that's adding to the list. I think I counted 13 that I've done this year. On that, I'll have to double check that. It's probably, I feel like there's more. I might be missing some. So yeah. All right, let's have a look and see who's in the comments. We have Alison has joined us today. Hello, ready to read Harry Potter. Hello, home sweet home. I know, like I just walked in the door and I was like, even the cat started meowing at me straight away as if to say, where have you been? It was full on. And she proceeded to follow me around the house meowing at me until I sat down, gave her pats, and then she was fine. And then I fed her, and then she was even more fine. So yeah, it was good. And it was nice to not have that Mima, 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 I'm hungry, Mima. Every 5 minutes. I actually got to watch a movie. Hello, Bryce. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the sprint. I'm going to be starting a reread of Thorn of Glass tonight. Super excited. That sounds like fun. Ooh, should we add him? Just leave him sitting there.
Just stare at him and just be like,
and he's like, I can't see anything.
we see you, Coda. You just can't see us.
Yeah, fully.
What I missed?
What have you missed? Everything.
Everything.
No, we just went through what we've read. Neva's had an amazing reading weekend, which is fabulous. And yeah, I'm just talking about the things that I've been reading and what I've checked off my list, and then all the things, all the things. So how have you been?
Good. I went for an Uber long walk, like 5 miles. And
Awesome. So you should fall asleep any second now.
well, I feel rejuvenated now that I took my shower. Plus, I ate some leftover beef and broccoli and a bag of beef jerky.
I'm done washing my hair.
Okay.
So maybe.
You're all content and good. So if we see that you don't move and your book sort of goes over your face, we'll know that you've cut a nap.
I sleep really well sitting up, so you might not even notice. I'll just be like,
We'll notice when he doesn't come back from the sprint and we're like, Coda, are you there? And he's just like,
I'll probably wake up. Like if you holler at me, I'll be like,
yeah. I started watching Buffy last night as well.
Buffy?
Mm-hmm.
I love Buffy.
It came up as a suggested on my streaming service after watching Harry Potter.
That's just like one of my all-time
So I
favorites.
thought, why not? Click on that. Watch.
oh my gosh, you know what show I started watching yesterday? Has anybody watched Superstore on Hulu?
Oh my god, that show is so good.
I went over to my friend's house last night, and I went over there, I guess like last weekend too, or like Tuesday or something. I don't know, but I went over there like when we first moved, like a few days after we moved, and we watched Elvis, like the new Elvis movie, because it's on Netflix. And then last night I went over there again, and he was like, "Here, you can pick a show or whatever." And I was like looking through everything, and then he was like, "Have you ever watched Superstore?" And I was like, "No," because we were talking about like comfort shows, And so we were talking about that, and then because we saw The Ranch, if you ever watched that on Netflix, and I was like, "Yeah, this is like one of those shows I like turn on, and I just like let it play in the background." I really like Ashton Kutcher, but I know he's problematic, but like I really like Ashton Kutcher. So he was like, "Have you watched Superstore?"
He's problematic. What did he do? Hang on a sec. What rock have I been under? What's he done?
Because of the whole Danny Masterson.
Yeah, no, I know about that. Yeah.
But
Right.
Ashton Kutcher is also from Iowa. He's from Cedar Rapids. So so we were talking about that, and my friend also loves this show, The Ranch. So he was like, "Have you watched Superstore?" And I was like, "No." So we watched like 6 episodes of Superstore. So I came home today, and I've been watching it on my phone, like in between finishing books, because it's just so funny. Like it's kind of dumb, but like
It's good.
it's basically like a parody of Walmart, and it kills me. Like
I think I've seen an episode of that.
it's got America Ferrera in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. It's so
funny.
So what else did you do today, Kata? Anything else apart from talk to me and laugh at me because I go to 3 different platforms and say I'm going to bed and then go to another platform and not go to bed?
And then I saw you after that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she definitely popped into my sprints and was like, "It's 4 a.m."
She did, and I was going to talk shit, but I went to tag her and she'd left already. So I was like,
she was like, "It's 4 a.m. I'm going to go to bed." And then I went over to Kelsey and Brittany's sprints, and there she is. And I was like, "I thought."
I did get an extra 2 hours sleep. So if I start yawning, it's like if anybody's going to drop off to sleep, it'll be me. Well, all up, I got, because I went to bed, I think it was like 10 o'clock last night. And I slept solidly into 2, and then I got another 2 hours sleep. So,
that sounds right.
And I woke up at like as clockwork at 6 o'clock this morning, like 6:15, I think it was. So yeah, but anyway, it is what it is. I've got a ton of like, I can't even see. There's that much of a pile where I've dumped everything when I've come in that I can't even see that end of my craft room. There's just like a wall of craft. Oh no, so I've got a lot to do today. Dark Roots Creations is here. Hello, Lee. How are you? I'm reading A Kilt Trip and American Scottish Romance. Sounds lovely. Oh my god, these Harry Potter editions are stunning. Which ones?
I think yours.
Oh, mine. Yeah, it doesn't match the rest of them, but I got them all secondhand. So yeah, it's got Papa on spine. I'm not too sure about the cover thing on the front. Anyway,
Mine
I'm
is
sure I'll work out what the heck it is. Can you show me yours?
It's really blue.
Very blue.
Mine. Hold on. Where's my phone? Here it is. Hold on. I'll show you what mine looks like because I have the audio book.
Mine even has the door on the back, number 12.
Okay.
Mine looks like this.
Yeah,
like all of my.
Yeah, number 12's on the back.
Yeah, because these are the ones that I have are like the updated ones for America.
Yeah.
Like looking at this cover, I know exactly what scene this is, but I'm not going to tell you what. Sorry, you have to find out for yourself.
I was going to say evidently we have not had that scene yet.
I know that scene also, but I can't tell you what it is.
Wow. You ready to read?
He said, actually, let me see the back of yours again. So that scene's actually already happened for us. Because I believe that's when they go to rescue Harry. What's on the front of yours, Coda? The hell? Okay, actually, no. This scene hasn't happened yet. But I know what scene it is.
What the heck is this?
That scene also has not happened yet. Sorry, I can't.
Can we talk about Harry Potter's hair in the beginning of the Goblet of Fire? Because
on the movie?
Yeah.
Sure. What about it?
I'm betting he was.
It's like it's almost like they filmed that scene before his hair grew out or something, and they had to throw a wig on him because it looked bad. Just like the whole first scene, I was like, what is wrong with this kid's hair? I mean, it was bad.
What a thing to hyperfixate on.
And
I
then,
can't believe how much was left out of the movie now, like that I've seen it. Like, I'm like,
just
what
in
the
the
heck?
first like 15 minutes, they
Yeah.
left out like hundreds of pages. Like they left out the whole Quidditch game, and they left out the whole like can I go there part.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they left out like Aunt Petunia and Vern completely.
Here's the
Oh.
thing.
At the beginning.
This is why, like, people
And they also left out the whole Harry's wand and all that sort of stuff.
so they had
And
to.
the house elf as well.
Yeah, like they
Oh,
had
yeah.
to film. They had to film that sequence
Yeah.
the way they did because they left Winky out.
Yeah, but they didn't have
Yeah,
Dobby tell him.
oh, yeah.
They didn't have
Like a
Dobby
mouthful.
tell him about the. They didn't have
Because
Dobby
they
tell him
couldn't.
about the.
You know why? Because
What's
it
it called?
wouldn't have made sense because they also leave out SPEW. This is why the fourth movie is my least favorite movie because they left it without SPEW. You don't know that the house elves are working in the kitchens. You don't know that.
Still, they could have had Dobby pop in and be like,
it wouldn't have made
It
sense.
wouldn't make sense.
We don't
but
know
it
where.
did make sense for Neville to be like,
Yeah, it made
The
sense for
plant
that because we
genius,
know that Neville
do
loves
this.
herbology or whatever. But the way that they did it was they made basically every scene that has to do with the house elves, like helping them or anything like that, or whatever in the fourth movie, they had to film it in such a way that other people were helping Harry. Because because if you just insert Dobby in there, it doesn't make any sense because we don't know in the movies, we don't know where he ends up after the second book. We just know that he's been set free.
Yeah, but I mean, they could have put
he
Dobby
could have
in
just
and
been
him
chilling
give an
at the-
explanation of saying, you know, since I was free, this is what I've been doing and all that. And they could have put it in, like they could have added him in because really, Dobby doesn't come back into the movies until the.
I think your microphone was winging out or something.
What?
Your microphone is like screaming when you talk.
Oh, is it?
It's all.
It's like
My microphone's not plugged in.
But when you moved it, it made the sound.
yeah, like whenever you talk or when you moved it, it like did it again.
This is making sound.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
Just when you pick it up.
you can hear feedback. Well, not now.
Yeah.
Well, because it's not even plugged in.
Something is giving feedback on your end.
Weird.
Gremlin?
Gremlin.
House elves, maybe.
Maybe. But
Is it
yeah,
still
the
giving-
way
is it still giving feedback?
yeah.
Nothing plugged in. All right, talk amongst yourselves.
Unfortunately, with the way that with all of the stuff that they left out of the fourth movie, it wouldn't have made sense because then there you have to have an actual explanation as to. I don't know. It would have felt weird to have an explanation from Dobby saying, "Oh, I work in the kitchens because Dumbledore hired me." But then, like, the biggest thing with that is the whole Winky storyline. Because, like, the Winky storyline is a huge part of the fourth book.
Well.
Which is why, because Winky is the reason that Hermione started SPEW.
The only thing that really bothered me in the movie, and granted, I fell asleep like shortly after the dragon scene, but the only thing that really bothered me. Oh no, wait! I fell asleep after the gillyweed scene.
Okay.
I did make it that far, but the only thing that really bothered me was Harry Potter's hair at the beginning of this movie. It's like this bad wig.
That's right. Okay, I'm gonna put this.
Nicole's figuring out her stuff.
I'm sick of dealing with squares today. Listen, this is actually going much quicker than I thought it would. So this is the Dipsy painting. And I have this much of it done, and I just started it yesterday, and it's squares. And I really think it's because there's so much like color blocking. But this is the first kit that I've ever done that has special diamonds. That has special diamonds, but no ABs. So this kit only has two. It has 2 fairy dust and an electro diamond, but there's no ABs. This is like the first kit I've ever done that doesn't have ABs in it.
So can we hear me now with no feedback?
Yes.
You're quiet, yeah, but yeah, no feedback.
Can you hear me now that there's no feedback?
That sounds good. That sounds so good.
Wow.
Hi, you've reached 1-800. Would you like me to talk to you today? Anyway, all right. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'm just going to hug. Anybody that's just joining, we're having microphone issues and I'm hugging my microphone. So hopefully it's pointed right at me. So it's right in front of me. It should pick me up okay.
Does anyone want to see this Harry Potter kit before I put diamonds on it?
Yes, please do.
So it looks like this.
Oh, they're so cute.
So I have Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid all in this like tiny, like chibi. And then I are in my cart. Okay, in my cart, I have Draco Malfoy, Dumbledore, Dobby, and Luna, because that completes like this little set or whatever. I'm so excited. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like I got them and I opened this. First of all, I don't know why I thought a 30 by 30 was smaller than this. This is 32 by 8 by 32 by 8. So like a 30 by 30 is not much smaller than this. I don't know why I thought this was going to be like this big. I don't know why I thought that, because I'm an idiot. I don't know centimeters. Okay.
Okay. So
there's a lot of
30 centimeters is 12 inches.
Well, okay.
You got a foot by a foot.
Yeah, because this is a 13 by 13 is what they rounded up.
So it's a little bit bigger than
Well, the measurements that they give you are edge to edge, not the picture size.
No, Diamond Art Club is actually the picture size too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kidding.
So like the actual picture itself, when they put 13 by 13 inches, like it's the actual picture. Because I've watched people, and I thought that too, because like the discounted ones, that is true. Like a lot of times the picture won't be like truly 30 by 30 centimeters. But I've watched enough people. I'm not going to measure because I'm lazy. But I've watched enough people on on YouTube measure them, like to know that Diamond Art Club is true to size. But I thought that this was so cute, and it has 2 ABs. It's going to be the death of me, and something else, fairy dust maybe, or is that? Yeah, a fairy dust. Because Z for Diamond Art Club, if it starts with a Z and then it has numbers, it's a fairy dust. So
cool. Very on point with your theme today. You didn't read any more spoilers, any more comments, did you?
No. Oh no, I didn't read any comments. We were just talking amongst ourselves.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I wasn't actually watching the screen, so I had no idea what was going on. Because apparently I was echoing.
We had feedback.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It was more like a screeching. That's why I was like.
Well, I don't normally screech, so I'm going to say.
I knew it wasn't you.
How do I order cover minders from you, ma'am? Because I want some.
Just give me your address. I'll send you some.
Great. I'm going to do that then. I actually was back on my game of looking at cover minders because I don't think I like the washi tape method, but I do think that for smaller kits like this, I do prefer to just peel the plastic back.
Yeah.
Because like
painful just yet. On smaller ones I use
a lot of extra work for such a small.
That's what I'm saying. Because like this is the Dipsy one that I was showing because you weren't watching.
Mhm.
And this is squares, and it would be the death of me, except there are no ABs in this kit. There's only a couple of fairy dust diamonds, which fairy dust doesn't bother me because the coating doesn't come off. But like when I tell you, it was kind of a pain in the ass to like take the plastic off and then cover it with like I wish I had just left the plastic on and just peeled it back.
Yeah, it's just easier I just peel it back and use the cover minders on the small ones. Chrissy is saying good morning and welcome home. Bryce has the tomorrow off, so a long night of reading. Awesome. We'll be here all night. So hello, Maria. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. I'm eating dinner, planning to get to page 200 in Malice by John Gwynne. Awesome. I'm up to chapter 5 in Harry Potter 5. Hope to catch up today. Brittany also popped in and said, hello. How are you going? Linz is here. Hi, chat. I'm going to be starting Across the Green Grass Fields by Seanan McGuire.
Seanan?
Seanan? Seanan? It's anybody's guess.
We don't know how to say it, but we know what you're saying.
Maybe Cian.
Cianan.
Cianan? I don't know.
I'm thinking Shannon.
And someone put it phonetically in the comments, please, because evidently the three.
We all sound ridiculous trying to sound it out.
The three hosts have no clue. And evidently can't speak English either. Just saying. Hello, lovable reader. Thank you for joining. Mary's also joined us as well. I'll be reading This Other Eden and Victory City. Almost finished This Other Eden. Awesome. About 75% into Born Wicked by Jessica Spotswood. And really enjoying it. That is awesome. As much as I despise the idea of a new Harry Potter series coming out, I hope they make them make the new show more faithful to the books. Oh yeah, because there's that series coming out, isn't it?
I don't think it's supposed to be based on the books, though. I think it's a spin-off.
The Wizarding World in general, isn't it?
I think it's probably something similar to like when they did Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, like those movies.
Yep.
Which like I did like those movies, but yeah.
I think that there'll be a lot of stuff that we might see that is related, but
as long as they don't keep going and overdo it.
yeah. Goblet of Fire is my favorite book, but my least favorite movie. I didn't have a least favorite movie until yesterday. And Goblet of Fire is my least favorite movie because I left all the stuff out. Like, how rude.
Here's the thing. A lot of people prefer the first 3 movies simply because they follow the closest to the books. Because now, because with the 4th movie, that's where the plot has to change. Like, there are a lot of plot changes because of what they left out of the 4th movie.
Like, they even left out how, like, in the book, when Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, they even left out bits, like even around the Goblet of Fire, they left out bits like with Dumbledore going, "That's the nicest beard I've ever seen." Like, that was comedic relief that should have been in there because it's a serious movie.
Yeah, number 4 is also a very heavy movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like it, and just to have a little bit of that comedic relief in there would have been good. But anyway, they did what they did, and we have to suffer through it now.
But I will say this: my favorite, one of my favorite actors of all time is in the 4th movie, so I have to just take it. You know what I mean? Which is David Tennant. Okay, I love David Tennant so much. So.
I don't know if I have any favorite actors anymore.
David Tennant plays Barty Crouch Jr.
He's the one that's in the beginning of the movie with Voldemort,
and he does the tongue thing where he's like, "What's that?"
He's the one standing over the chair at the beginning.
Yeah.
That's
but
Yeah, he's also
he's the one that impersonates. What the hell was that word? Impersonates.
I'm rubbing off
Tired.
on you.
Impersonates Moody.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. And David Tennant also plays my favorite Doctor, which is the 10th Doctor.
At this point, I'm just making shit up for the English language.
In Doctor Who. So
Yeah, cool.
I was gonna say who?
When I talk about like my Doctor Who painting that I have, it's the 10th Doctor. It's David Tennant's Doctor. So I just have to like, he's like one of my favorite actors, but I just have to be like, it's fine. But also he put like Harry Potter references into, I think it was the last episode of his season of Doctor Who. There were a few different like references that referenced back to him being in the 4th Harry Potter movie. So yeah.
Chris also joined us, finished an arc last night and just submitted a review. Awesome. I've got like 5 reviews to do. I got approved for a whole heap of UK published books. I need to stay off NetGalley. Like I really
still need to finish the arc.
The arc. Oh God. It must be good to. Yeah, it is. It was good. I got into bed last night and my whole body just went. So yeah. Hello, Katie. How are you? Thomas is also saying hello to us all and to Katie as well. Jean has joined us. Hello, Neva and Nicole. Good to see you. I'm trying to start John Maher's book today, but ended up reading 25% of a smart book called Mega's Obsession at 65%. It's a Why Choose. Awesome. Sounds good. As soon as I set up my new phone, I'm going to set up Storygraph. I don't think I'm going back to Goodreads. It won't let me log in with my Facebook. I think they changed that. So you just got to do your login details.
You can log in with your Amazon.
Yeah. There are ways to log in for sure.
And it should already be pre-linked. So just log in with your Amazon account and then you should be good.
Yeah. Hello, Mila, and is watching from Sweden. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you, Jane. Coda. Hello to Thomas. I love the Superstore, Katie says.
Yeah, it's good.
Have any of you read King of Pride?
If this is the shoot, what is her name? If this is the same author as the Twisted series, I've not read it, but I do believe King of Pride is Star-Crossed Lovers and Family Feud.
Oh, I had dry hair.
I believe it's kind of akin to like.
My hair.
Hold on, I believe it's kind of akin to like Romeo and Juliet.
Okay. Alison has also finished 4 books since yesterday. They were mostly novellas, but still, that's exactly right. Doesn't matter. Hello, Emily. How are you? Thank you for joining. Jamie's also here as well. I use Storytel. It's audiobooks. Awesome. It's obviously a Sweden-based one.
Swedish?
Yep. Hello to Jamie. Yes, there's feedback whenever Nicole speaks. Is there feedback now?
No, not anymore. No, this was a while back.
Yeah, cool. Hello, AK. How you going? Thank you for joining. Harry Potter 5 is where I stopped. I need to slow my speaking down because evidently I can't speak English today.
Trying to speak at audiobook link or speed. I can't talk either. Fuck.
It's Monday. Give me a break. I traveled yesterday. I unpacked my car. I've done some things, and I did not sleep last night. I'm listening to the audiobook. The Man Who Died Twice by Richard Osman tonight. Awesome. Mentioned this on Neva Sprints that I got to. Oh wow, God, that is NetGalley goals right there. That's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah,
but I keep getting on there and getting
aspirations here.
I am currently, I was sitting at 57% because I reviewed a few books. But I am, oh God, I got approved for another one.
Oh God, I haven't checked mine because I'm afraid that they're going to deny the ones I really want since I haven't read these ones that I kind of wanted. Fuck.
Look, I'm just getting, I don't know what's going on. Like I've gone from getting 0 approvals to just getting hammered. Oh, cool.
I really want that Justinian Hwang book.
I'm pretty happy with the book that I just got. These are actually books that I'm going to have to read with my eyeballs too. So and a lot of them are coming out at the end, but I'm up to 55%. I was a little bit higher, but I've still got a heap of stuff that I've got to review that I haven't done yet. So I've got the draft written up. I've just got to type it out and fluff it and log it, and I'll be over 60%. So yeah, no, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you. They're aspirations right there. That's where I'm trying to get to. I was introduced to David Tennant as Kilgrave in Jessica Jones. Was he in Jessica Jones?
Yeah, but I think Jessica Jones was before or was after
Potter.
Harry Potter movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, way after. Hello, Anne. How are you going? Thanks for joining. Monica is also here. We'll be lurking as usual most of the day, then picking up Powerless. How are you enjoying it? Yes, it is good to be home. Is that author? Is that the author? Thanks, Neva.
No, it is. Yeah, the same as the other trilogy or whatever.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Hey, Donna.
Mum's book collection. We'll be reading some escape from Houdini, and then chapter of 6. The chapter of Harry Potter 6, his son gets to bed. Awesome. My NetGalley got a whopping 6%. I did a review this week. I remember those days. I was approved for a NetGalley ARC, one that I'd forgotten I'd requested. Yes, I've had a couple of those. I actually went on to one, and I looked at books that are getting that in the literary fiction that are getting released after the 1st of April, because that's when the new year opens up for the Women's Prize for Fiction. So, yeah. All right. Are we ready? We are going to do a 60-minute sprint. We're reading to the top of chapter 15 today. If you're using it for catch-up, that's fine too. By all means, do that. Monica's also saying that haven't started it yet. That will be my the first one, so hoping that you'll like it. Cool. All right, let's get this show on the road. We'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading, everybody.
Okay. I had to remember what happened last. I remember now. We're good.
Do whatever you want. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Wearing clothes in a nudist mall has just the same level of embarrassment as going to a normal mall naked. Let's get out of here.
Sorry, I was trying to get to like a spot.
It's not
Where's the remote?
it's your dream.
Okay. I listened to it like the audiobook like almost like too fast because we're out of a sprint, ma'am. To like stop it in like a nice spot. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to do. Okay. I don't know what Nicole is, but that's fine. We can.
She fell asleep.
She might have. I can't stop the timer from here. So so that's fine. That's great and fine. So you're just gonna watch the 30-minute timer go down. So I can't do anything. But she did star. But how did you do, Coda? How far did you get?
I got to chapter 12.
Okay, so I'm halfway through chapter 11.
You're done.
I did make dinner in that sprint, so I did have to talk to Ari. Sure, come say hi to Uncle Coda.
Hi. How are you?
Good. Eating mac and cheese? Your hair smells good. All right, go eat your mac and cheese, please. Yeah, eat your mac and cheese. I don't know. Eat your mac and cheese, bro. Sit down. Eat. If you want hot chocolate tonight, you have to eat. Nothing. What do you mean? Coda always looks like whatever. Sit down and eat. She said that you look different. I don't know what she's talking about.
I don't have my glasses on.
Oh, is it because Coda doesn't have his glasses on? Do you prefer Coda with his glasses? Yeah, okay. That's what it is, she says. Come look now. Come look now. Is this better? Okay. Okay. Here, I'm gonna do this so that we don't have. Yeah, there we go. Come look. Hurry up. Is that better?
Yeah.
With his glasses? Okay. So it was the lack of glasses for Ari,
Yeah.
apparently.
My
Yes.
chocolate milk in here.
Yes, but you need
hot cocoa.
yes, but you need to eat. Because if you don't eat, then you're not getting cold chocolate, rather. That's what I'm gonna call it, because you want ice cubes in it until it's cold. So anyway.
Yes, and then I can put it in my chocolate.
Okay, Ari.
It's iced chocolate.
Iced chocolate.
No, it's not.
I think you would like the
Iced
frozen hot chocolate.
It's
from
chocolate
Dunkin'.
milk.
Yeah, it's like chocolate milk. Anyway, so I got halfway through chapter 11. Like right after the Sorting Hat song, and they were like talking to Nearly Helpless Nick or whatever. So yes. All right. So Monica said, I haven't started yet. Today will be my first day picking it up, doing a buddy read for it, hoping it's good. I don't know what book this is.
I can scroll up. Let's see. She said,
Oh, Powerless by Lauren Roberts.
oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, Rachel. Hope we're having a glorious day. Hello, Paul. Just saw that you were on. I'm reading Age of Ash. I'm on page 100. Wonderful. Got 6% read in Kilt Trip and made dinner. I want to read this. It looks so cute. I don't know. Like, I'm going literally based off of the cover, but also it just looks really cute and I want to read it. I am going to do a vlog where all I read is hockey romance for a week because
Not hockey romance.
it's actually embarrassing. Stop. It's actually embarrassing how many hockey romances I have downloaded to my Kindle Unlimited right now.
You're not embarrassed, am I?
It's truly embarrassing. Like you can get 20 books off Kindle Unlimited at a time. 15 of my 20 checkouts from Kindle Unlimited are hockey romance. I'm in my hockey romance era. Okay.
You're funny.
Everyone's saying hello in the comments. Got to 47% of The Haunting of Tramcar 15. Wonderful. Got to 41% in my audiobook. Read 36 pages. Just finished The Well of Ascension and rated it 4 stars. Now I can focus on Harry Potter. Wonderful. Where are you in Harry Potter? Let us know. Like, are you reading book 5 or are you a little bit behind?
I was a baby.
Are you ahead?
Rachel says hello to you, Ari.
Hi, Rachel. I love you.
And she said you're being good for mom, right? Are you being good for mom? You're trying your best? She's trying her best. You're trying your best? Yeah, we missed our nap today, so we're a little delulu. You're trying your best, Ari. You're doing fine. Rachel said you get mac and cheese and cocoa. You get both? Wow.
I know, right?
Rachel said, I wish I had a mom like that. So we're gonna have, yeah.
Fun.
Same. I have mac and cheese, but ain't nobody trying to make it.
Hello. Oh, look, there's Nicole. We thought you fell asleep.
No, I didn't fall asleep. I was talking to my daughter. I didn't see her yesterday when I come home. So, and she just woke up and she's got to go to work. So we were having a quick conversation. And I'm like,
Bryce says,
slowly walked back out here again. And I'm like,
Bryce says that they're hungry for mac and cheese now too.
Two.
Bryce, they said that they're hungry for mac and cheese.
Me too. No, I want mac and cheese.
And Coda says that now he wants mac and cheese too. Should
Everybody
everyone?
wants mac and cheese.
I guess I'll
I
need
don't
Everybody wants mac and cheese.
No.
No.
I don't want my
Nicole said she doesn't want mac and cheese. Nicole doesn't like mac and cheese.
Yeah,
I don't.
she's not about it.
You don't like mac and cheese. It's so yummy.
Well, because I've got no answer for you, Ari.
It's so yummy,
So
though.
yummy, we'll go eat it.
I agree. It is very tasty, but it's not my favorite thing.
It's okay.
Man, I'm being roasted by the 6-year-old.
I mean, it's like mac and cheese. It's staple.
Nicole, how far did you get, or did you read at all?
Yeah, I did. I read because she woke up at 9 minutes before the end of the timer, so I read that whole time and I cleaned up. I can actually see my long arm machine and the end of my cool rooms. So I've put everything away that I needed to, and I got up to page 197, which I think is about a third of the way through chapter 11.
Okay, so you and I are probably around the same spot.
Yeah, I accidentally went into almost finishing chapter 9 on Friday because I was getting everything sorted and I forgot to stop it.
It's fine. Oh, I did not read this. I'm on book 5 and up to chapter 9, so I just need to read today's chapters. Wonderful. Yeah, I'm about halfway through chapter 11, and Coda said that he is on chapter 12. So we're all in about the same spot. Settle down, man. Eat your food. Ari, if you don't calm down, we're not having hot cocoa.
Actually, I have 3 minutes left of chapter 11.
Okay. Yeah, I have. It says 19 minutes. I feel like that's wrong. Also, I'm really annoyed with Audible Roll because they didn't update, and so now I can't see how much time is left in the damn book. It tells me how much time I have left in the book. It doesn't. You know how like in Audible you used to be able to like minimize it, and it would say like you've read this much and this many hours of the hour. Yeah, now it just says 10 hours 4 minutes left. So now I have to do freaking math.
When I go into like if I press brings it up big, it gives me that information there.
No, mine says when it's big, it says 10 hours 4 minutes left at 2 times speed, which is what it's always done. But it used to be I could minimize it and it would say like that I had read like 6 hours of 20 hours.
Yeah, no, I haven't had that for ages.
And it doesn't show that anymore. And so now I have to do whirling math to put it into Storygraph in order for it because, okay, do you want the rest of mine? Yes or no? Yes or no? No? Okay. Go put it in the sink. Now I have to do math in order. Go put your cup next to the Keurig. Okay, go pour it out and put it next to the Keurig.
How about I drink the water and then I put it next to the cup?
Okay, sure. If you want to drink the water, I don't care. Anyway, but yeah, now I have to do math in order to put it in Storygraph because it only counts your minutes listened if you do the hours minutes. It doesn't count if you put the percentage. It's very annoying. Drive to 25. Got 25% of book 2 of Harry Potter. Kept falling asleep when they were in the car in the air. Okay. I vote Ari makes everyone mac and cheese and sends it to them. Except that Ari does not make the mac and cheese. Mommy makes the mac and cheese. And
see, I eat mac and cheese, but I make homemade mac and cheese from scratch. I don't use the packet stuff because I have food sensitivities that give me migraine headaches. I have to be very careful about what I make out of a packet. So my mac and cheese is very different to most other people's mac and cheese.
But also, I love you all, but I don't love you enough to make you all mac and cheese. Can you shut the door? Shut the door.
You don't love them enough to give them mac and cheese?
That's a lot of mac and cheese. Goodbye.
Aww.
Bye. Also, I'm on book 5, caught up until today. Have not read any for today yet, though. That's fine. Bryce is making mac and cheese. Patricia is on page 127 of Bright Young Women. I had to take a break from it because it's pretty intense. Hope you're enjoying. Finished this Other Eden by Paul Harding and 10 pages of Victory City by Salman Rushdie.
Yep. That's it, Rushdie. Yep.
Rushdie. Okay.
I do know. Because I know that author.
Rachel says, hey, now math is cool. Math is how we make robots and use money and drive trains. I mean, this is true, but Ari actually likes math. I just do not.
I also like math.
I was an art person. Actually, I was just talking to my friend about this the other day because he and I went to high school together. He's 2 years older than me. And the other day, actually yesterday, I walked out into the kitchen or into the dining room, and why was my high school cheerleading uniform out on the table? Absolutely not. So I asked my dad because I thought maybe it was one of my sisters, and he was like, "You were the only cheerleader, other than your mom." And my mom didn't go to the high school I went to. And I was like, "Why is this out here?" And he was like, "I thought you would want to try it on." Because it's
on his computer, he looks like he's about to fall asleep.
Okay, and it's not like a weird thing for him to say. It's because I said that I wanted to. My mom has a letter jacket from her high school that I want to do like a photo shoot in. So I think he was like actually trying to be like nice, but I'm not putting that back on. And it's so small. Like I don't even remember. I was that small in high school, but I don't even remember being as small as this uniform. So, a blast from the past. But yeah, I did not like math. Okay, I was in remedial math my entire high school career. Remedial math?
Yeah.
It's like
Math?
it's math, but it's like easier math for people that aren't good at math. Mommy was not very good at math. You're good at math. Yes, you are. You're very good at math. First?
Sometimes I get some of the answers wrong, and then I have to start over. Is that good? No, it is not.
But if you concentrate on it, or you're very good at
I
math.
do concentrate on it, but still, I make mistakes.
Well, we all make
always
mistakes.
Make the numbers wrong and make them backwards, and I
Some tone today.
Well, the backwards numbers, it's okay. Part of it is that you're in first grade, and part of it is that you're dyslexic. So it's fine.
No, I mean, look.
You try your
remember
hardest.
this button?
Uh-huh. Okay, I don't know what that is.
It's the settings.
Okay, let's not mess with the settings on your camera, please.
Look at this.
Okay. She got a little vlogging camera from ML and Ollie for Christmas. Sure. So she's been vlogging for the last like 4 days. So
Cool.
little. You want to show them how it flips up so you can do selfies? Yeah. So
Wow,
Fancy.
that's pretty cool.
yeah, so she's been vlogging, but I told her she's not allowed to just take pictures of people because that's rude.
Hey, I asked if I always ask if I can take a picture of you, but you the most of the time you say no because I just want to take a
Because
cool
you
picture
want
of you.
to take pictures of me when I'm
I
like
didn't turn that off.
trying to concentrate on something or when I'm half
Oh, it died.
asleep.
Mom, you need to
You
charge
need it
this.
charged? Okay, I'll
Yes.
charge it. And I do not like for pictures to be taken of me when I'm trying to sleep. It's
I was gonna take a
strange.
vlog clip, but I
Mom,
can't
they're
vlog
candid
clip
pictures.
tonight because I need to do it tonight.
They're
Or
you in your natural habitat.
okay, I will charge it, but you probably won't have it till tomorrow. And also, you take enough pictures of me when I'm sleeping off of my own phone because I'd be waking up to pictures.
yeah,
of
because
me
I don't have
sleeping.
my own camera.
Well, now you do, but don't take pictures of me when I'm sleeping. It's weird. Dinner yesterday was mac and cheese, one of the fancy Walmart ones, 5-cheese Italian mac and cheese with extra garlic and spices. Yeah, Ari is not a fancy mac and cheeser. Okay, we do Velveeta, shells and cheese out of the box.
Yeah, you know those.
I love shells and cheese.
If you do it like this,
Yeah,
those are.
it's better than the powdered mac.
yeah. Ari does not like Kraft mac and cheese with the powder. She doesn't like that. She wants the cheesy packet,
Yummy.
the Velveeta.
Yummy.
Yeah. And then I do put a little splash of milk in it to kind of
Yum.
like make it
Mom,
more
can you give me a
creamy.
cup of milk? And can I have some Oreos? Because I want to dip some Oreos in the milk and lemonade. So I'll do it right now.
Man, just can't eat Oreos.
No, I
They
won't.
look so good.
Can I?
No, put that down. I'm doing some work on that here.
All right. So are we ready to go to another sprint because we're at the end of and
Have two, Mommy.
Ari, Rachel says you should get a math degree in college so you can teach mom how to do math.
What's that?
Math degree?
That's
where
math.
you go and learn about all the math you can and you can become a math teacher.
My cups.
Look in the dishwasher. Because Elizabeth did dishes earlier. Also, I have something to share, but hold on. Go ahead. Go get yourself some milk. Bye. Close the door. What the hell? Also, am I allowed to cuss the roommate out because she suggested that I get rid of some of my books?
She's still breathing?
She said, here's what she said to me. She said, you know, there's just, she was talking about like tidying up the house and stuff. We have a couch in the living room that needs to get, it's like broken, so like it needs to go. But my dad's disabled, so he can't like move stuff. And there's like the bed that him and my mom used to sleep on, like it needs to go. Nobody's gonna sleep on that, you know, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking about that today, and she was like, you know, there's a bunch of books in the living room that your dad said I could take to half price books. And I was like, okay, you know, because they're his books. I don't know shit. And she's like, it's just that there's so many books in the house. And then you brought in more books. So like I have one of the 2 tubs of books that like I have like in my possession because the other tub is in Indiana. Sam is bringing it later.
My Barbie got because it was in the
Dishwasher?
machine. Yeah.
Yeah, probably just put it on the counter. Go put it, or you can use it for milk. Go. And she was like, so she's like, since you brought in more books and there's already so many books, I thought you could take some to half price and get rid of some. I almost had an aneurysm. I literally looked at her and I was like, so when you get rid of your 2 space heaters that are upstairs that are making the electric bill $400, we can talk about my books that are not hurting anyone or costing anyone but me money. And then she kind of like just looked at me and then she left and went to work. So.
And
yeah.
No.
How are you going to suggest me that I get rid of my books, madam? Absolutely not. Get rid of my books.
And she left the house alive, right?
Yeah, she went to work. And I literally I literally like since moving here, I've bought 5 books. Because I bought the 9th House set from Barnes and Noble that are like the sprayed edges. They're like the Barnes and Noble editions. And then I got both of the Emily Wilde books because I wanted them in hardcover. Because I have the first one in like the Barnes and Noble special edition, but it's soft cover and it's white. So I was like, well, I want them to match, right? Because that's who I am as a person. So I got both the hardcovers. They're so pretty. And then I got a Fate Inked in Blood yesterday. But who suggests to someone, a book dragon no less, that they get rid of their books? Absolutely not.
I would have opened the door and went, "You can leave now."
She was like,
"Take your clothes and yourself to half price, and off you pop."
You take yourself to half price. Go see how much we get for some of you at half price.
She really said, I just thought you just brought in so many more books.
And I'm going to keep bringing them in.
I'm a booktuber, ma'am. Plus, I just got like 12 books from the library. Okay? Yeah. I'm not getting rid of books. No. No. Jean gave up trying to set up her new phone. That's fair. Honestly, I have them set my phone up for me at the store. Like I buy it at the store and then they set it up for me.
I just do that. I just do the transfer switch thing.
Yeah. So, hello, Christina, coming in late, but there was this cooking thing and then this eating thing. We need smaller.
Not good enough. You've got to do all the things and jokes.
Sharing some shenanigans with the like button. Yeah. I mean, it's not on my channel, but Nicole thanks you.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome.
Everyone's saying hello.
A couple thought it was St. Pat's Day.
My dad's roommate, who Brittany mistakenly referred to as his girlfriend. Absolutely not. I will die. My dad does have a girlfriend. She's a little young, but that's okay. I don't care. It's not my business.
As long as your dad's
She's
happy.
Over the age of 21. So it's not my business how old she is, as long as she doesn't try to act like my mother. So otherwise, I don't care. Make sure each of your books are labeled. Yeah, so my books stay in my room. And I also have a running inventory of my books. So if any of, like, literally the reason I knew that one of my buckets of books was missing when I moved stuff from Dolly's is because I have every book that I own in my spreadsheet. And if I donate a book or like I get, or like on unhaul, it gets checked off the spreadsheet. Yeah. So I have a running inventory of every book I own. That's a physical book because like nobody's going to be able to take my Kindle books, but yeah, insane. She's only alive because I don't want to go to prison. So this thing that brings you joy.
We would have had words.
If she says
anything else, it would have been words.
If she says anything else to me about it, I'm gonna be like, okay, so what about all this craft stuff that you buy? Like she makes like random crafts, which like, I mean, I do diamond painting, so like I'm not gonna judge you for crafts, but like, do not tell me what to do with the money I've spent, and I won't tell you what to do with the money you spent. Yeah. Miss, my car is still broken down in the back, and I have to use your dad's car to go to work. I'm just saying. It's fine. I have pent up rage. It's fine. I would have said, sure, which of your books do you want me to take down there? I don't even think the woman owns books, to be honest. Oh, okay. So her phone was out of stock, so they mailed it to her. Yeah, I would just take it to the store. Well, she's not my roommate. Like, technically, she was living here before me. I mean, I override because I'm the daughter, but I already complained to my dad about her today because she told Ari that she was not allowed to wash her own dishes because we only do dishes once a day. So I was like, Dad, do we only do dishes once a day? Because Ari enjoys washing her own dishes. And my dad was like, no, who said that? And I was like, the roommate, which she has a name. I just don't feel like putting it on the internet. I have a whole book scanner and everything. Like, who am I? Ooh, I should get one of these. Okay. Hello to Rachel. The roommate probably hasn't read a book since high school. Probably not. She's like 65, so I don't know. She makes me a little uncomfortable, but it's fine. But now I don't like it because she suggested no, thank you. Because she suggested I get rid of my books. No, absolutely not. Hello, Emma. Hoping to read A Chunk of Wrath by John Gwynne. Wonderful.
Emma.
No, just it. Not own books. I hear you saying words, just not in a way that makes sense. I mean, I don't know what it's like not own a book.
Why are you swearing at me right now?
Yeah.
Talk.
This roommate sounds very territorial. I think she's just weird, to be honest. Okay, Ari, hush. I met her for the first time when we were here for Christmas, and she told me that she's cursed, like that her ex cursed her. So I'm not really sure what's going on, but my dad has known her for like 35 years or something. I don't know. He's known her like for a long time, not 35 years. There's no way. He's only like 50. But like he's known her for like 20 years or something. Longer than that, maybe 30 years. Cuz he knew her like before he met my mom.
Did Papa marry Mommy? I mean your mom.
Nana? Yeah. Yeah. But yes, that's how he's your problem.
I want Nana.
But she like felt like it was necessary to like try to talk to me about my mom, which like please don't do that. If you've never met my mother. Thank you. She's trying to stop a child from doing chores. Most people have a hard time getting it. Yeah. Okay, stop. And
I think that's really weird. Like, why would you stop someone that wants to do it?
Yeah, like I bought Ari a stool so she could do her own dishes because she likes to hand wash her own dishes. She's not like hurting it. No. But I guess she went in the kitchen and was like and told Ari not to do the dishes. Because Ari came in here and was like, I like to wash my own dishes, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, you can wash your own dishes, dude. You can wash your own dishes.
You keep washing your dishes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just say, my Australian friend said I can wash the dishes.
It's okay. You can go wash them now if you want.
Yeah. All right. Are we at the bottom of the comments? Oh my goodness.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, cool. Do we want to go for another sprint?
Let's do it.
Do it. Cool. All right.
Go wash your dishes.
See you in an hour. Happy reading, everyone. Well, hello. We are back. Pulled the wrong earbud out. I am in chapter 13. About 10 pages to chapter 13. I got stuck on the phone with husband and other daughter. And then little my 17-year-old also was having a chat as well. So I got maybe 20 minutes of reading and that was it. How'd you go?
I am making hot chocolate, but I am. It says 20 minutes, so I probably have like 10 minutes left of chapter 13.
Mm-hmm.
So in the next sprint, I'll probably get the rest read.
Yeah. So, how'd you go, Kato?
I'm in chapter 14, but I need to rewind just a little bit because I was dozing a little bit. I just need to go back a little bit. It's right there before the timer went off. I was like, what?
It's a bit like that sometimes, isn't it? So, what are you thinking so far?
I'm enjoying it. It's still good. Yeah.
I got sucked into the story, almost missed it. Luckily, I had the earbud in, otherwise I would have missed the timer going off.
Umbridge is a bitch.
Yeah. That she is. She's also a bitch in the movie too.
Yeah, she's extreme.
Very much so. Yeah, there's just there's not really much more that you can say at the moment because nothing is really happening. It's just setting everything up and whatnot. All right. Let's have a look where we were in the comments. Okay, I'm getting nothing done. Found a video on how the US Marines recruited a duck to fight in World War II, and the Polish recruited a bear.
Well, obviously the duck won. What?
Interesting.
Duck versus bear.
Made it to page 120. Awesome. Finished another row on my blanket and got to my favorite part of the book, the Howler Note, the best parental technology there is. Yeah, I love it. I love the Howlers and how they all start freaking out about them. Just open it. Just open it. Get it over and done with. Switched to my NetGalley arc, Codependent, living in the shadow of AI. It's already shocking what is going on with data mining and AI. Yeah. I hate to think about the data that it is what it is. Can't really change it, can you? It's just part of it. Spent some time with the younger one and put him to bed. Awesome. Read about 100 pages of my book. Excellent. Got to chapter 12, but I think I'm going to read the rest of today's chapters tomorrow. I need to work on Powerless for a little bit because it's due in a few days. That's fair enough. We've got until Thursday if you're in the US. Or in the Northern Hemisphere to get it done. So it's all good. I still love how everyone almost unanimously hates Umbridge and Voldemort.
Well, she's a bitch.
It's no other word for it. I enjoyed your women's.
I saw a theory once that the reason that people hate Umbridge worse than Voldemort is because we know that Voldemort is a bad guy. Like, you're supposed to not like him. Umbridge is just like the embodiment of everything that's wrong with the human race. You know what I mean? Like, there's no like likable.
She's
like,
just an asshole.
Like, you can at least sort of feel bad for like Tom Riddle, who is Voldemort, right?
Yeah.
But like you can feel like some sympathy, empathy, whatever, for like his origin story.
Yes, because
there's no origin story. It's an asshole.
No, they're
like
just
she just
born
hates people.
And they're brown.
And she's like, and she's like,
in the story,
like she's clearly in this world, like she's a racist. You know what I mean? Because she's like, I don't know if this is a spoiler. Well, not really, because it's in the movie too. Like, she constantly refers to anyone who is not like a full-blooded human as a half-breed. She does it in the movie too, where she never calls them like by their actual like name. Like, she never calls them like a giant or a half giant or a centaur or whatever. She always calls them half-breed. You know? So I will forever hate Umbridge more than I hate Voldemort. I mean, at least Voldemort I can be like you're
There's
evil.
a reason why he turned
like,
bad, like why he went to that side.
Yeah,
like
why there's an origin story there. Yeah. I just feel like Umbridge came out of the womb
in a fluffy little pink outfit, just being a bitch.
Yeah, I always thought.
Yeah, and no offense to Jim Dale, but the way that he reads Umbridge kind of irks me. And it's because I've seen
I can't comment on that because I'm listening to Stephen Fry. Because
I've always chalked this up to the fact that like we've seen her actually portrayed in the movie. But the way that he does like the throat clearing, you know, where like in the movie she's like, like that's like what she does. Like the way that he does it in the book, I'm like, that's not what Umbridge sounds like, sir. Like, what are you? Yeah, he goes, like that's how he portrays her throat clearing, and I'm like, why is she coughing? But that's fine. It's fine. Probably like thing. It's probably.
Enjoyed the Women's Prize video. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I have read, I'm part the way through Hangman, which I found on Everand, and I have finished A Trace of Sun by Pam Williams, which I also found on, they're starting to appear on Everand now, so I just had to wait for a couple of days for them to people start searching them, and it just seems like they start popping up a couple of days in, which is good. Luna on the train reminded me that I like her character. Yeah, when she come onto the train, I'm like, oh yay, she's coming into it. So yeah. In the book, she's
in my opinion, Luna and Ginny. Yeah, in my opinion, Luna and Ginny were done like really dirty in the movie.
Is it me freezing or is it Neva?
Probably me.
Okay.
Is that better? Is that worse?
Yeah. No, that's good.
Is it better?
It's better,
okay.
Yeah.
I feel like Luna and Ginny were done really dirty in the movies.
Yeah.
I feel like they're way better characters in the books.
Well, there's already been a lot more dialogue between the characters in the book, like than there is in because you only sort of just get them for a fleeting moment. And Ginny, like in the movies, has hardly any dialogue.
Yeah, her hair goes and her words come out.
Like in the book, she's got a lot more to say, and like she's quite witty in the book, whereas in the movie, I don't find her to be like she has some one-off lines and stuff in the movie, but there's just so much more in the books with her character. The Duck did win against the Japanese, and apparently later in the Korean War. What the hell did the Duck do? Freaking duck!
Must have been one of those duck with teeth, you know, one of the evil goose-like ducks.
Wow.
Geese are evil.
Yeah, geese are evil. The bear fought angry German soldiers. My goodness. How did you find this movie or this rabbit hole you've gone down? Both enjoyed a beer at the end of the workday, so there's that. What?
Nice.
Has Carter ever thought about moving out of Colorado? And where would he go?
Yeah, but every time I think about it, I'm just like, it's so pretty here. And it's really nice in the summer. And the winter is when I think about it because I hate cold and I hate snow.
I think that's true for anybody that lives in a cold climate. Every winter they think that they're going to move.
I just fucking hate it. If I could find somewhere where I can garden year round.
What are you eating, Coda?
Candy.
Okay.
They're so good.
Don't have them here. Hello to Elena. Thank you for joining. I want an Umbridge's origin story to parallel Jack Honker, like had loving parents, thriving baking, enormous wealth.
So I think, if I remember correctly, we kind of get some background on her later.
Mm-hmm.
In the books, you don't in the movies. You don't get told not crap in the movies. But if I remember correctly, later on, we do find out more about Umbridge. And I mean, she's not like a redeemable character. Like, she was written to be awful.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can see, like, she's got a job to do, and that's to be not liked.
Just to be a terrible.
And I must admit, like, Harry's general attitude towards Ron and Hermione because they're prefects. Did they become prefects in the movie?
Yes, they did.
They did? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's not, so it's made a much bigger deal in the books.
Mm.
Like the inner turmoil that we kind of see with Harry around Ron. I would guess this could be a spoiler. I'm gonna spoil Banner this just in case people aren't this far. So there's a lot of inner turmoil that we see when Ron kind of stands there like stunned that he's been made like a prefect or whatever, right? And because we're specifically following Harry, we see him kind of grappling with, like, when Hermione runs in and she's like, "Oh, Harry, I knew it." And then he's like, "It's not mine, it's Ron's." And he kind of like thrusts it back to Ron. And then again, when Mrs. Weasley comes in, and then we kind of see this like inner turmoil of him trying to decide if he's like as awful as Draco Malfoy, because like, does he think
Draco Malfoy?
Hush, drink your cocoa and go to sleep. Kind of this whole like, do I think that I'm better than Ron? Like, there's a lot of like inner turmoil that we see in the books that we don't see in the movies. Like in the movies, it's like, oh, Ron and Hermione are prefects, and then it's just like, it's sort of just glossed over. Like, we know that they're prefects and we move forward. And I feel like in the books, there's a much more human reaction from Harry. Kind of, it's like almost like he feels like he's being left behind.
Yeah, because they don't travel with him on the train, and he feels alone. And because he's always traveled on the train with Ron since day one.
Yeah,
and
then even
And then even after he gets to school, like they have things that they have to do outside of the normal school day or outside of their normal day now that they weren't having to do before, because like they have, the first day they have to show the first years how to get to the common room. So Harry ends up having to walk back by himself. There's some other spots throughout. What?
Just in case, I'm actually excited about this. Just in case, I'm excited about if going to school tomorrow or not, because if I'm starting school tomorrow in Lysia's school in Kailani.
Well, Kailani is homeschooled. Kailani's grandma does her school, but Lizzie goes to public school. Yes, now drink your cocoa so you can go to bed, man. Anyway, so like there's a lot of just like inner stuff. Like this is like a theme now, like throughout this whole book. I don't remember if it becomes a thing like in later on or not, because I think they're prefects for 5th and 6th year, and then the head boy and girl are picked, which is like one. It's I think there's 2. What is it? 2 prefects per year or whatever, but then head boy and girl are like just 2 students out of the whole school. It's not like from each house, But in this book, it is a big theme of like Harry having to like navigate school without Ron and Hermione always being there. But I feel like it's not. I feel like it's just like glossed over in the movie.
Yeah,
like we're just supposed to be like, oh, okay, well this is changed, and in the books, it's like an actual thing that he struggles with. So
yeah, because in the last few books we've been looking at Ron's struggles with Harry and having money and being essentially famous, which sort of came to a head in the last book as well, with how he reacted to Harry being, pulled out of the goblet of fire and whatnot. So yeah, so it's like it's flipped the coin, like it's flipped it. I mean, everybody would have expected Hermione to be a prefect and even head girl, because. And I love how Ron says, "How do you remember this stuff?" Like,
yeah,
when she starts rattling off word for word for what Dumbledore said.
No, ma'am, put that up on your table. Okay, I'll do it in a moment, unless you can do it. Also, I hit a milestone.
Did you?
Yeah, I hit 650.
Yay! That is awesome. Congratulations, hon.
Thanks. I just thought I would share that.
Yay!
Awesome. Go you.
Yes,
That's
give me
brilliant.
one moment.
So what are you going to do to celebrate? Can you do anything exciting? No?
I don't.
I think
I guess we can celebrate on Saturday.
I think you put too much hot cocoa in
Yeah.
Or I guess we could celebrate on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think you gave
yeah, we can do that. We'll have a celebration on
too much hot
Thursday
cocoa.
for 650. I don't know what kind of celebration to do. When I hit 1,000, I'm gonna do a giveaway, because I've never done a giveaway on my channel ever.
Right.
Hold on, but like I missed like the whole 500 thing, because I was gonna do a giveaway at 500, but my life was turmoil at 500 subscribers. So I think at 1,000, I'm gonna do some kind of like
That's awesome.
wish list giveaway or something.
Wish list giveaways are good because it doesn't matter where the person is in the world.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, I'll turn off the
and-
spoilers now.
And I've lost where we're up to.
We are.
Yep. So some of my favorite moments happened in Harry Potter
Yes,
5. I love how the castle seems to be helping Harry and his friends. You know what I really liked in the movie last night was when, like, I don't like the idea of cold and all the rest of it, but I love how you guys have White Christmas, right? And how they did the Great Hall for the ball with all the Christmas trees and everything. That was just so well done, in my opinion. I could have just sat there and looked at it all night, but I had a movie to watch. oops, the bedtime routine has started. A spring break has come to an end for me. I'll say good night here and happy reading, everybody. Well, good night, Sarah. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you being here. And hopefully you can get some more reading done tomorrow. Coda is coming to Michigan because he loves snow so much. Chris, I did see your message, but it disappeared. You sent me a message on Discord.
Who, me?
No. Chris sent me a message on Discord and it disappeared. So I don't know what it was. Finished an arc that was pretty much just a 200-page monologue from one of the characters. I liked it, but my fellow NetGalley reviewers did not. Boring, repetitive, annoying were mentioned a lot. I'm a history nerd, so once in a while YouTube gods will send me down a rabbit hole. Like when it suggested how the US Navy sank a Japanese submarine with potatoes. And I thought to myself, well, I now have to know. I think if I seen that headline, I would have to know too. Has Coda ever thought about just showing up on the Coles doorstep and asking them to move in?
If Coda
I
has
to know Coda was coming because I live in the middle of nowhere and there is no public transport or Ubers.
I would just like everyone to know that if Coda has not, I have. How would I find her? I don't know.
I have thought about having her look around for like an Airbnb for like vacation time. But I have way too much shit to show up on anybody's doorstep and be like, can I move in with all my shit? Like, I have a room full of books.
Here's the thing.
That's just one room. That's not the room with my bed and my clothes, my TVs. Plants,
I would personally just leave all my stuff at my dad's house and then just show up with Ari and my Kindle and be like, "Hold on, I'm here to stay."
Bruh.
I just show up at my dad's with 80 plants.
Just a hot tip:
a
if
truck
anybody
full of
does
books.
want to just show up on my doorstep, I will need some notice because I have to drive down to get you. Okay, because there is no public transport to Kingaroy. There are no trains. There are no buses. It is a car, and there are no Ubers. So
there's no car rental at the airport.
What was that? Sorry.
Where do you have to fly into?
Into Brisbane.
And then there's no car rental?
Oh yeah, there's car rental, yeah. You could rent a car, but there's no public transport or anything. And that's expensive too, so but you could do it, yeah, if you did car rental. But then you have to have then you're driving on the wrong side of the road and also dealing with kangaroos. Are you prepared for that?
It could be. I had deer everywhere. It's cool. It's fine. I only hit one time.
So yeah. So and you're driving on the wrong side of the road. So yeah.
Adventure.
And also on the wrong side of the car as well. You'll go to get in the car. You'll get in the passenger side. Go, fuck that. Where's the steering wheel?
That just means I'll just have to I'll just have to drive around a lot before I come. That way this side is all tan, and then that way when I get there, I'll tan this
you
side.
You can the other side. That's it. But you're welcome to come anytime. Just know you will be in for a culture shock when you get in the car because you're driving on the wrong side of the road. Your steering wheel's not on the side of the car that you thought it was.
I'll have to bring Neva with me so that somebody's there to laugh at me and drive in and share the adventure.
There you go. There is a reason why they become one and he did not. But they explain it later, and his attitude is somewhat explained too. Yeah, I mean, I get why he's having a bit of a snotty attitude, but like, just get over yourself, mate. Stop being snarly and snarky. And the duck was not a goose, but a prized breeding duck from New Zealand, some New Zealand farmer, and the Marines won it in a game of poker. All right. She was just very territorial at her unit. Congratulations to Neva. Yay for Neva. Hitting 650. It's so huge. I deleted Discord. Oh, I deleted the Discord message because you answered it in the sprint. Oh, that explains it then. Because I'm like, where'd it go? It was there. Now it's gone. What did you say and not tell me? Not wanting me to know. My daughter and her friend got me some flowers and whatnot, and the candle I opened up, it's champagne and strawberry, and it smells so nice. I don't think I want to burn it. I just think I just want to sniff it forevermore. And it's got a lid so I can contain the smell in it. So nice. I have room full of books. No need to brag. There's no public transport. I got legs. It's a long walk from the airport, my friend. That's like 3 hours driving from the airport. So it's like 2 days walking?
That's a long walk. I like long walks. That's a long walk.
However, I'm legit afraid of kangaroos ever since I learned how big they actually are. We have small ones too.
Listen, you remember how we were talking about how kangaroos are like the Australian equivalent of deer?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a long stretch of road between my house and my friend's house that I was at.
My first day, I'm gonna give my teacher this.
Okay. Okay, sit down. There's a long stretch of road that's just there's no street lamps, there's nothing. It's just
Mom,
country.
Can I do my butterfly diamond painting until you're done
No.
doing
No. No more diamond painting tonight. No. There's just like a long stretch of country road, right? So we're like driving, and all of a sudden these two deer, they ran across like without stopping.
We almost hit them.
You weren't even there. Hush.
Hey.
And then we
Because they're in spirit.
he slows down and he like lets them cross the street, right? And then as soon as he starts moving, a third deer comes and stops and just stares. So we just sat there, and he was like, "Are you trying to die? Like, what are you?" And it just like stared, and then it like kind of like looked ahead, and then it ran after its friends. But I was like, "What was the point? Like, why you didn't just follow your friends, dude?"
Yeah.
Like,
Mom, what does this say?
So this is probably the better question. Wouldn't even Nicole and Coda be compatible living together?
Grumpy.
I mean,
I think it would be fine.
We spend a lot of time together, even behind the scenes already. So I would probably go as far as to say, yeah, I'm sure there'd be something that will tick each other off. I mean, both Coda and I are Virgos. So
and I was Scorpio.
And a Scorpio together. Interesting.
Here's the thing. I feel like that's the start of a bad joke. But also like
two Virgos and a Scorpio walk into a bar.
I think there's always going to be something like might irritate you about something, like irritate you about someone else.
Yeah.
It's like no one's a perfect human being.
No.
But I feel like we would also be okay because we're all like book people. So like if we were really and we're like craft people, right? Because we all diamond paint. So if we were like really just irritated with each other, we could all just go to our separate living quarters and be like, I no longer want to deal with you right now. And we would just go and like craft or read or whatever. And if we really didn't want to like look at each other, we could just all pull out our laptops. Just pretend
and then
like,
hang out and stream out.
And just hang out in the stream. Is it
from separate bedrooms? How was your day? What'd you do in the living room?
But see, I think like because we like when you think about it, we spend a lot of time streaming together and even talking behind the scenes, and then we do after dark as well. Like. So
yeah,
we spend
hang out.
Like I spend
that's the majority of the week.
It's so crazy because like I feel like the only person I spend more time with than y'all is Ari.
Yeah. And Ari's with us.
The only people that I spend more time with than y'all is Nimbus and Indy.
Like,
So-
I will say that now that I'm like back home, like on my turf, you know what I mean? I have hung out with like people because
Real
people like want to hang out with me now, which is kind of, I mean, that's weird, right? And kind of cool. But like, I'm also like more relaxed. I feel like people have made comments about me seeming like more like okay. I don't know. I think I'm more like relaxed because I have like people here that I can like, no offense to any of like the people in Indiana. Like I know they tried their best, you know what I mean? But like it's different when you have like a full grown like support system. Like where you are, you know?
And that's why we were all encouraging you to go back home, because that's where your support system, you didn't have a support system. And there's nothing worse than being with a child on your own and not having that support system and knowing that at any given time you could go down and there's no one there to pick up.
Right. Yeah. And like here, like I have people I can call, or like, well, I have people in the house too. But like if it's just like an emotional thing, like if it's just like a me thing, like I have people I can call, you know what I mean? And be like, help me. And like the Indiana people, you know, the people that I have there, they did not want us to leave. But ultimately, like most of them understood why I chose to leave. I mean, one particular person, you know, really pushed for us not to leave. But also wasn't very helpful. So it is,
and was the catalyst for it anyway.
Right. And also this person, yes, in a moment, this person has also figured out that like all of the bookish people no longer have time for them, which apparently hurts their feelings. But I mean, you did it to yourself, dude. So.
Not very sympathetic.
Sorry.
Sorry, no autographs, nope.
No Ubers, no Uber Eats, no. We don't have anything like that here. Although McDonald's does deliver, and
we don't have Uber Eats here either. We have like pizza places that deliver, and
we got. I was just about to say we got Domino's and Macca's. They deliver, and that's it.
And we have one DoorDash person like in the entire town. It's just one DoorDash person, and it costs like twice as much for DoorDash as it does like in like the city, like when I lived in Indiana. And DoorDash stops here at 9 p.m.
I didn't even want to leave Indiana, Mom.
I know.
We have all of it. We have Uber Eats and DoorDash and Grubhub.
What was that, Coda?
I was like, we have all of it. We have Uber Eats and Grubhub and DoorDash and Domino's and Pizza Hut and Papa John's.
So, but in saying that too, like, because Shannon was saying that I hate driving, where I walk out to my front and look down the road and I can see the mall, the Woolworths sign, and I can see Hungry Jack's and I can see KFC because they're on my road. They're literally within your eye line. And then basically where they are across one block is where Macca's is. So my town, like where I live, my town's really close. Cool. But like the next town over is 25 minutes away either way. Going, doesn't matter which way you go from this central point. So it wouldn't be conducive to have DoorDash or Uber Eats or anything like that because they wouldn't make any money. The wear and tear, the danger of kangaroos and all that sort of stuff, and just regular wildlife, the odd pig that runs out, the odd cow that's on the road, all that sort of stuff. So it wouldn't be conducive.
Definitely driving when we go to Australia, Neva. Are you ready for this adventure?
Yeah,
and it's not even bad where I am. Like you go further out west, you got all sorts of critters coming out at you. Like
I'll be the passenger, Princess Coda, and be like, "Please don't kill me. Thank you so much."
I've done this to my husband while he's driving. Don't. He goes, "Will you stop hitting me?" So yeah, country roads. Take me home. Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, very country.
Deb, how you going? Thank you for joining. Saying hello, Scorpio tribe. Excuse me. Virgo here too. All the Virgos hang out here. Actually, yeah, because my mum is a Virgo and we butt heads a lot. My husband's a Virgo.
Because she's your mom, Tara. It might not be a Virgo.
Although my it's not a Virgo thing, all right? It's a Scorpio thing. It's got nothing to do with us, but no. My sister was a Scorpio. Her birthday's on the 14th of November. And I do not like that girl. But there's a whole other reason there because she's my sister and she was not a nice human. There's a difference.
Here's the thing about Scorpios, okay? We're very loyal people. It's like actually a toxic trait how loyal we are. But once you know, test the loyalty and you break the trust, we don't have no time for you anymore. And most of the time, you have to learn that the hard way. I'm not saying for your sister because I don't know your sister. She probably is not, you know.
Oh, she's not a nice human.
Like I believe you that she's not great. I'm just saying, like, me personally, I'm a Scorpio. I'm a very loyal person. The thing is, okay.
I had a sister.
Okay.
My grandfather was also a Scorpio as well, and he was fine. My sister,
but
not so much.
I will say that, like, people, you know, they like to take advantage of the ride or die mentality of the Scorpio and then be like, I don't understand why you're not loyal to me anymore after they're a jackass. So.
Well, it's pretty obvious. No, I don't have any time for my sister because I don't appreciate it when I turn up on the doorstep bloodied and black and blue from being beaten to within an inch of my life, being called a monster because I fled for my life and left my child behind with his parents. And I was the monster.
Yes, I'll ask what anyone they are. I don't know what they are.
And yeah, so, and also on the other side of the world, this is like, she's just so like on the other side of the world. And when she learnt that I was going to get married to Brendan, because we got engaged and my mum and her big mouth told my sister, which it was none of her business. If I wanted her to know, she would have been told. Sat up until 2:00 in the morning just so she could ring and tell Brendan that I was a monster and he shouldn't marry me because he doesn't know what he's getting into. And I'm like,
oh no, that's not a Scorpio thing. Your sister's just a jackass.
oh, she's just fucking psycho. Like, hold her head underwater till she stops kicking. Lucky I moved out of home, right? Because that possibly could have happened. No. Yeah, no, she was just, yeah. And then she tried to contact me a few years ago, and I'm like, why? Oh, you know, with everything going on in the world, I'm like, I really don't care. I don't
everything going on in the world. You are with everything going on in the world. We don't need any more toxicity.
Yes, that's it, like, and
there's that Barbie.
What was that?
I was like, oh, there's that Barbie cup again.
Yeah,
I ordered Walmart and I forgot to put it on my list.
I have a Mean Girls one too. It says Mean Girls on one side, and then it says She Doesn't Even Go Here on the other side. I'll take a picture of it later. It's in the sink right now.
A dude jumped on the car on a car I was a passenger in. What? Alone, but just before the windshield came in an inch from my neck. Oh my goodness! If I had been leaning forward, it would have killed me. Oh my goodness!
A murderous deer.
Oh my god! Psycho much? Must have been my sister.
No, Shannon.
No.
Just just he's probably like not old enough.
It's good for eye candy. Neither being ruthless.
I haven't
2.5
seen him. It's been the other guy at the Thai delivery. Like the other guy comes now, so he was probably like, this 40-year-old dude tips me too much and reads Harry Potter. It's weird.
There's something wrong with that, dude.
Listen, Rachel, I'm only ruthless.
Fucking creep was reading Harry Potter, smiling like a jackass, and he gave me like $20. So you take this order. You take this order.
Listen, Rachel, I'm only ruthless to those who deserve it. I'm actually like, I feel like Scorpios get such like a bad rap because like we are. I feel like people look at this side of us that you bring out when you're an asshole and not like the whole person.
One of my very, very best friends is a Scorpio.
Like, I feel like a lot of people just assume that Scorpios are like, we all have like,
it's like anybody.
You black.
They can come at you.
Yeah, but we're just very like loyal. Ari is asleep on the floor. Okay. We just like, we're very like loyal people, but we also like don't take shit from anybody. So like, we'll be loyal to you until you prove to us not to be loyal to you. This is like literally a situation I'm going through right now. I'm not gonna say who it is, but there's like someone I know who is doing some things to better their life, right? And like their mom had reached out to me. Apparently, like I'm the only friend who has like checked on my friend, like the only friend that they have that's checked on them, right? So I was like talking to their mom the other day, and she's like, she's like, thank God that he has you, whatever, like that. And I'm like, I'm just like, I'm just a loyal person. The problem is that like once we are no longer loyal to you, like we really could give a crap less. Like you could fall off the face of the planet and we would be like,
see, I must have some Scorpio in me somewhere because I do that with people. I'm like, as soon as they shat on me, I'm just like, I'm out.
But it does take a lot to like make a Scorpio completely like just write you off. At least me personally. It takes like like you really, like I've stayed loyal to people that really did not deserve it. You know what I mean? Like you really have to do the most to make me be like.
Are you laughing at this one?
No, Jean said. You'll get there. The Latin mom thing and not a Virgo thing. That's funny.
Being ruthless. Living on a farm, there's no DoorDash. I get so weirded out when I because they're like burgers. Sounds good. Whose car are we taking? That's it. Like if you got to go anywhere, you got to take a car. Coda, if you go to Australia, vlog it off of saying g'day. We do say hi. We don't just say g'day. Oh no, but yeah, a lot of people do say g'day though. It might be a Latin mum thing, not a Virgo thing, possibly. And she's not a book reader or a writer or anything like that. No, that's fair enough. So she doesn't get you. I'm a triple Scorpio. Woo! That's a lot of Scorpio in one human.
What is a triple Scorpio? Oh, like your moon and your sun.
All of your so her
Rising, it's all happening.
her star, her moon, and her sun are all, or whatever the fuck it is. They're all. She's all Scorpio.
She's all Scorpio. Yeah. Have no idea what that means. People should just stay out of your way. Don't piss you off.
I don't know. All the Scorpios I've ever met are like super horny. So
yeah. Paul is also a Virgo.
Oh, right on.
I disagree because I'm a November Scorpio. So.
Yeah.
I think that the best Scorpios are right there from like, you know, the end of October through the beginning of November, right?
Exactly.
What did she tell my
Just covering your bases there.
Yeah.
Hey, Kona.
Exactly.
Just cover those bases. I'm a Scorpio too. Your sister's a bitch, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Okay. Like, who does that shit? Like,
Yes, okay.
and then she rang me one day as well, like had a go at me because apparently I never asked for help with my son on that. And I turned around, on the phone, and I knew she was on speaker. I'm like, well, why don't you turn around and ask the people that call themselves our parents and ask them why, when their daughter came to them and begged for help, they turned their back on her. Never heard from her again after that. Not a peep out of her until COVID hit, and then she had to track me. But she had to track me down through her mother-in-law, and then her mother-in-law sent me a message going and asked me if I was a certain person, and I'm like, yes, I am, and who wants to know? Like, really bluntly. There was a few superlatives in there as well. So much so that the woman turned around and said, yep, you're related to Donna because you speak blunt too. Don't ask questions like that and you won't get blunt. So, yeah. Are there people in the BookTube streaming community that become annoyed with you? I think I've answered this question before. No, I haven't had that situation. And if they do, they keep it to themselves pretty quietly and probably bitch about it in the back of house, which is fine because it's none of my business what they think of me. What about you guys? Any thoughts on that?
I think she's asking if there's
If
people.
we become annoyed with anyone.
No, I haven't. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know if they have that either way. Like, I wouldn't know.
I'm not very easily annoyed, and when I am, it's easy for me to brush things off too because everybody's different. Be nice to everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a choice to wake up to be an asshole.
I choose to keep my opinions to myself. Thank you.
I mean, you've got
certain
quirks and things. If you've got certain quirks or things and people, know that about you, then you've got people to talk to about it with, and that's okay. But that's what we would do.
I mean, and the people that gel together work well together, and then there's others, and then we all come together and we all do different things and all that sort of stuff. But I haven't become annoyed with anybody. I don't know if anybody's become annoyed with me. And as I said, it's none of my business.
Yeah, I don't find I don't find people annoying. So.
I just want to see Coda with a man just from seeing him on the stream. Coda seems like he's a nester. Well, I noticed that Coda has got he's slowly getting horizontal right now.
It's more comfortable than sitting up right now.
Yeah. Very loyal to you, Crosser, and then it's over. Yep.
The boxer's going.
Yeah, the boxer's going off. Mine's going off as well. Hello, Selena. How are you? Yes, I'm home, thankfully. Jean is also a November Scorpio.
I think I have Jean's birthday in my calendar.
Am I the only October baby in the stream? Maybe. Who knows? All right, we have got to the end of the comments. Is it okay with you if we do a 90-minute sprint so I can go and get some lunch because there's no food here and I don't have DoorDash or Uber Eats? So is that okay if we change that up to 90 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Cool.
Jean and Rachel, put your birthdays in the chat so I can put them on my calendar. I collect birthdays on my calendar.
I collect birthdays. I'm glad that you didn't say you collect souls.
Give me your birthday.
Liberin. Paul says, I'm a loyal friend until they screw me over. Then I have nothing to do with them. I am exactly the same. And I often say, like, when people go, oh, you just cut people out. I'm like, yeah, because it's easy. If you can cut your parents out, you can cut other toxic people out of your life too. So,
That's the thing. Like, I hate cutting people out so much.
Can I take this off for you?
No,
This.
no. I hate cutting people off so much that like it really does take a while. But like once I do it, bro,
there's no coming back.
So
no redemption for you.
Rachel's birthday is the day after my friend that I was talking about, one of my very best friends.
Mm-hmm.
So they're very close. So we'll probably get along. That's cool. So it's like it must be like the coolest Scorpios are like the last week of October and the first couple of weeks of. Because Neva's yours is your birthday's like the 8th, right? It's like right there at the end of the first week.
Yep.
My sister's on the 14th, so anybody that was born on the 14th, I'm sorry.
Oh, look, and Jean's on the 1st, so the theory works.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, Jean, your birthday was on my calendar already. I elected you twice.
Selena is a February baby, so either a Capricorn.
February's Aquarius.
Yeah, or Aquarius.
At the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, at the beginning, or maybe a Pisces at the end. Not Capricorn. Wrong one.
I can deal with Aquarius
Selena wants to collect
girls
salt.
usually, but Aquarius boys are usually harder to deal with.
Yeah, my son's an Aquarian, born on the 17th of February, and this is all I'm going to do.
Oh.
And my daughter, who I just looked after, the granddaughter, she's a Pisces on the 3rd. And then my other youngest daughter is a Leo, and then Savannah is a Libran. And Mia is a Scorpio. She's the 31st of October.
At this point, I figured out that Leo women are fine. You know, like Brie and Crystal. Leo men, though.
Yeah, same.
Never again. Absolutely not. I don't even care if he sees this. Okay.
I dated a guy that was a Leo in school. I went out with him for about 6 weeks, and I have never dated another Leo man ever since.
I will never date another Leo man.
As soon as someone says they're a Leo and they're a male, I'm like, see ya.
Dude, Leos and Virgos are not compatible.
I will never date a Leo man again. Like, here's the thing, okay? The chemistry between a Scorpio and a Leo, top notch, bro. Like, I could have like a friend with benefits that was a Leo, but actually dating them, no, absolutely not. Okay, hold on. Absolutely.
All right, let's. Selena's gonna. I sort of want to just leave that at the bottom of the screen for Selena, so she could call out for herself. I won't.
Anybody who joins us during the sprint will be like,
"What the hell is going on?"
You're gonna be like, I think I found the wrong place.
No, they're gonna be like, I should probably stick around till this sprint's over and find out what this conversation's about.
That's it, eh? Oh, this is nice. I like this one. Cody can borrow my soul whenever he likes. I trust him. So there you go. So yeah. All right. I'm going to start that. We are going to start this because I'm hungry. There's no food here. I need to go and get food. All right. We'll see you in an hour and a half. Happy reading, everybody.
A whole bag of candy. Oops.
Well, hello. We are back. Coda has gone off to bed because, as you in the last 30 bit, Coda was slowly sliding down. It is late for everybody in the Northern Hemisphere. Now, I just did put a link because I've put this up as the last sprint. I have pretty much been awake since 2 a.m. I did get a couple more hours sleep, but I'm also tired as well. And was nodding off after I had lunch as well. So luckily I had the alarm set because I probably wouldn't have come back, wouldn't have even known that anybody left. So yeah, we decided that and Neva also has to enroll Ari in school tomorrow, so all the things are happening and whatnot. So if you are looking for more sprints, our fellow Aussie Paige from Pages with Paige is actually sprinting now. They're just about to go into a chatty bit as well. So I've put the link into the comments, so be sure go over ahead and say hello, let them know where you've come from and all the things. There'll be still plenty of time for you to get some and stuff in, but I did finish my pages up to the top of chapter 15. How'd you go, Neva?
I finished my pages. I actually accidentally read like half of Harry Potter of the 15th chapter, so I just went back. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I did that, and I also finished the last 2 books that I needed to finish readathons. So I've managed to finish 4 books this weekend, I think.
Wow, that's really good.
5, because I finished
5.
The Color Purple on Friday.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I mean that's for like a really good reading weekend, I think. That's
Well, considering in the month of February you only read 5 books in the whole month.
Yeah. So like January I read 5 books. February I read 8 books. And then so far in March I've read 11.
That is awesome.
Because my biggest goal was like to get back like at least on track with my Goodreads goal, because like all year I've been consistently behind my Goodreads goal or my Storygraph goal. And so now I am still behind in pages.
Yep.
But I'm ahead in listening hours.
Well, that's good.
But I'm ahead by 3 books for like my overall book goal, which is really the only goal that I try really hard to hit.
Yeah.
If I don't hit the pages and I don't hit the listening goal, like that is what it is. I just try to hit that 100 books a year. So I'm at 24 books for the year.
That's awesome. Mine's insane. Like, I don't know who the chick was in January that was saying that she was just going to take it easy this year, because she's a flippin' liar, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but I finished. Yeah, so pretty much everything that I finished, I did listen to it. I listened to at least half of it via audiobook.
Yeah.
But the only way I'm going to do 30 and 30 is if I listen to audiobooks.
So the 30 and 30 thing, that is where you read 30 books in 30 days. Is that correct?
Yeah. And the little group of us that's doing it, we started it yesterday. So Saturday for me. So I'm actually ahead for that. Like there's 2 days where like if I for some reason don't get books read, like I'll still be on track for 30 and 30. Simply because I finished 3 books today. Which is insane, to be honest.
Yeah, I could have probably done 30 and 30 in February because I think I read 31 books in a month. And you're vlogging this experience, I assume?
Okay, so basically there will be vlogs within the 30 days, but I'm not specifically filming the 30 and 30.
I couldn't really come up with like a fun way to do that didn't make it feel like pressury to read that many books. But I am going to break my not doing wrap-ups thing, and I will do like a sit down video talking about the 30 and 30. Like wrap up style. I don't usually do wrap ups anymore because they don't bring me joy. But in this circumstance, I think that will be the easiest way. I also hope to knock out these books that I got from the library. Because I am filming a library as soon as Ari goes back to school and it's like quiet. I'm going to film a library book haul. Jean asked for a library book haul. I didn't think anyone really cared for that, but I was wrong. So I'm going to film that. And then I'm hoping that I'm going to do some kind of vlog with the books that I have. I don't exactly know what.
See, just going back to you not doing your wrap-ups, when I don't really do wrap-ups either now unless I'm doing a readathon, because I end up vlogging about the books that I read, which is talking about the books anyway. So you're just doubling up.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about wrap-ups, because I felt a lot of pressure around wrap-ups to read the books that I talked about in Hopefuls videos, because I do tend to do a lot of like I like doing the Hopefuls videos because it keeps me personally accountable to books that I'm wanting to read, especially like my own TBR, which for me includes physical Kindle and audiobooks, not just my physical TBR. So it keeps me accountable to that, but also I am a mood reader, so even having Hopefuls, they don't always get read. Like even my Hopefuls don't always get read. Sometimes Hopefuls jump from one month to the next until they get read. And so I felt a lot of pressure with getting comments about like, oh, I thought you were reading X book this month, and then like I didn't read that book, and so I was like, I'm just not gonna do wrap-ups. But I do enough challenge videos that they're talked about anyway. So
I've just got noise coming onto my ear. Sorry, I got very distracted because I had all these browsers open. I'm like, who's talking to me? Why am I hearing other voices that don't belong to anybody on the screen? And I realized I had a couple of browsers open. Sorry about that. I just I just don't feel it necessary if you're vlogging to do wrap-ups. If they don't bring you joy, then they don't bring you joy. Hey.
Also, with the certain collab videos that you and I are doing, where it's like every other month, I find it a little hard to do because I'm reading those books within other things. So like, for instance, like I read Hate, which is for a collaboration vlog that doesn't come out until April. But I say in my vlog, like, I'm not going to be talking about this in depth. Like, I'll tell you like what I gave it or whatever, but like, I'm not going to be talking about it or like really going into anything because then I feel like it's redundant. And also it means that you see like real-time reaction before it's actually finished, like before the vlog it's supposed to be in comes out, you know? Which is another reason I don't do like huge wrap-ups.
No. And it's tricky, like when you're doing a collab vlog, you can't talk like in this case we're reading three different books, and you can't talk about those three different books. It's so hard. That's why this time, because I'm doing the Women's Prize for Fiction, I'm leaving this till like, because I think the day of the announcement or a couple of days before the announcement for the shortlist, is when this video, the collab video, comes out. So I've got to do some juggling and all that sort of stuff. I've got other content that I can talk about, so I can read them in the background and not feel so bad because I'm like, oh, I haven't read anything or I've read this book, but I can't tell you shit about it because the vlog's coming out.
Well, and technically, I have 5 books in total for this one because I was given 3 volumes of I don't think it's manga. I'm pretty sure it's a graphic novel.
Yeah.
And my library does not have the physical graphic novel that I've seen. Like, I checked like the database and stuff because I was like, well, maybe it's checked out. They don't have it, so I don't have any choice but to read it on Hoopla. So it's gonna take me longer to get through those because I can only stare at my iPad for so long. And I wasn't able to find them as like actual like Kindle ebooks that where I didn't have to buy them. And
Yeah,
I didn't want to. If I'm gonna buy graphic novels or manga, I'm gonna buy like the physicals. I'm not gonna buy ebook versions. So yeah.
I forgot where I took the star off, and now I forgot where we're up to. I think we're around here. Luna was I'm just an Pisces on the 20th.
I think it's
Rachel,
about
Rachel says Leo men. Yeah, true.
Listen, okay. Just don't fall in love with a Leo man. That's all I'm saying. I did. Just learn from me, you know?
But for those that do go out with Leo men that do like them and appreciate them, thumbs up.
I mean, if it's worked out for you, I should have known.
That's awesome.
I really should have known, like, as a Scorpio, that a Leo was not the vibe. Because me and my brother butt heads, and he's a Leo. Which, I mean, we love each other. You know what I mean? And we always, like, make up or whatever. But, like, it's different when you're, like, dating a Leo man. Because, like I said, the chemistry, off the charts. Like, if all we needed to focus on was, like, the intimacy part, it would be fine. But trying to, like, have an actual conversation about something, like the communication, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Piper is a Leo baby with a Cancer fiance. Nice. I'm weirdly attracted to Scorpios and Capricorns. Apparently, Capricorns are supposed to be Virgo's perfect match, and I can assure you that that was not the case for me.
Nicole said absolutely not.
Real quick, he was one of my long-term relationships, and we did have a lot in common, but no. Sadia, hello. I would just like to say thank you very much. I appreciate what you did on that. Sadia was so lovely, and I'm not too sure. I tried to find you on social media, and I'm not too sure what you're under on social media, except for here. But Sadia did send me something very, very nice. She sent me the book binder of Jericho, which is like my favorite book was from this author. Yeah, the Dictionary of Lost Words, and this one sort of follows on from it, and I haven't read it yet, and so she sent it to me, which was absolutely lovely. I came home yesterday to a pile of stuff, and I'm like, I knew that I was getting 3. What's this 4th one? And I thought it must have been one of the kids, and I opened it up, and it wasn't. It was for me, so thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And my prompt this week is to read historical fiction, so I'm going to read it. So yeah, it came in time. Perfect timing, actually. So thank you very much, Sadia. I really do appreciate it. I will try and track you down. I tried to find you in Discord, and I couldn't find you in Discord. But I do know that sometimes we all go under different names on the different socials and all the rest of it. So, and it was only late yesterday afternoon when I opened all the parcels and everything. So I was hoping to see you here today on that. So thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate it. It was a lovely surprise. Lovely surprise. And of course, you know, Pip Williams, she's been 2 times I've read the Dictionary of Lost Words, and all of my friends that I've recommended that book to have read the Bookbinder of Jericho, and I have not. And they're like, why have you not read it? So now I'm going to change that this week, which is absolutely fabulous. Didn't get a reading done. It was on the phone doing business. Business. Coda just saying good night to everybody. Sleep tasty. Good night, Dakota. Now I have pinned the these sprints that are happening over on Paige's channel at the top. So if you're looking for more sprints, by all means, head on over. Jean got to 40% of Harry Potter 2. We are at nearly Headless Nick's death birthday. That was a fun scene in the book.
Yeah, that was fun. I do wish
no
they had included that in the movie, which they don't.
Mm.
Just because I felt like it was just such a. I felt like it was just such kind of an innocent scene when it came to like Harry, Ron. Well, I don't think Hermione was with them. I think she was petrified by then.
Yeah, she was. I think she wasn't.
But
there,
for
yeah.
Harry and Ron, like it was such like an innocent scene because like they really had no idea what they were getting themselves into. But they like went simply to support Nearly Headless Nick. Like I just thought that it was just like such a sweet scene, you know.
Yeah,
and also we meet Moaning Myrtle again. Maybe that's when we first meet her. I don't remember. No, we must meet her.
That's when we first meet her.
And Moaning Myrtle. Listen, I feel like a lot of the female characters, other than Hermione, and like the teachers, but like the kids, I feel like they were just done so dirty in the movies. Like I feel like Moaning Myrtle was not given the time in the movies that she was in the books.
Although in the movie in Goblet of Fire, in the bath scene.
Oh yeah. They did that scene justice for real.
That was so good. Like her little wicked laugh. It was just like and Harry, like he did really well with the CGI on that one. He did really well.
But I feel like Luna and Ginny were not given. I don't know. They seemed seemed like very secondary characters to me, and I feel like Ginny was portrayed in the movies like she was just kind of like a stupid, like just kind of stupid, like kind of dumb, and like giggly. And I was like, this is not. Did we read the same book? Like I'm confused.
Yeah, did we not really read the book when you did read it, or yeah? Congrats on 650. That is awesome.
Thank you.
Much so. Before we know it, we will be celebrating 1,000. Finishing 4 books. That is really awesome. Obviously, you're feeling a lot more relaxed and into your reading and stuff.
I mean, clearly, because I have been kind of on the struggle bus with reading.
You have been on the struggle bus for the last 3 months.
Because like I've wanted to read. I just haven't been able to like concentrate enough to read. And I know it's probably like the environment that I was in that we moved out of was stressful, and then we moved into a stressful environment that wasn't supposed to be stressful but ended up being that way. So I just didn't have like the capacity to want to read, and like now I'm like, give me all the books, all of them.
It's catch up time now. She'll just shoot past us all the.
By December, I'll be at like 200 books, and I'll be like, well, clearly I just needed to be relaxed.
Yeah. And that's the same as anything. You need to be relaxed. Chris is up to 89% on NetGalley. So, of course, I just requested a book. I actually just got approved for a debut novel by what is her name? I'm trying to think what her name is. Julie Min, and it's called Shangri-La Highlanders. Shanghai Highlanders, I think it's called, is how you pronounce it, but it looks really interesting. It's set in 2040, and it goes back in their life. Instead of going forward, it's going back, and we're learning about it. It's a literary fiction, so it seems interesting, so I requested it. It seems like it would be something that would land on the Women's Prize for Fiction. So, yeah. Are you reading any of the non-fiction for the Women's Prize? Yeah, I've had a look at them. There's one or two that appeal to me. I cannot remember them off the top of my head at the moment. But as soon as I read them, you'll know about them because I'll talk about them as well. Thanks for the sprints. No worries, Paul. Thank you for joining. Hashtag normalize library halls. I mean, library halls are good. Like, that's, yeah. And we should be promoting borrowing from the library.
I feel like it's also like just a way to promote the library. Like, we have actually, for how small my town is, we actually have a really like good library, to be honest. Like, we have a lot of good like variety, like the teen section, like there's a really like the YA section is really like robust, which I've found even in bigger libraries, sometimes they don't have as much for, like they'll have a good like kids section. And they'll have a good adult section, but the in between, that YA is not great. We also have a lot of manga and graphic novels, which is, I don't know why that's amazing to me.
Well, but you read them, don't you?
I read what? Manga and graphic novels?
A lot of manga and whatnot, don't you?
Yeah, and actually when we moved and I actually have one right here. I got this one, which is Paper Girls. Is very big. This is like every volume. I have no idea what this is about. So that's great. But when we moved and Ari and I went to the library, well, Ari, my brother, and I went to the library on Monday. And I had no intention of getting books and then left with 7. It's fine. I grabbed Lore Olympus. Like, yeah, right. I grabbed the first volume of Lore Olympus, and I grabbed Sheets, which is like a coming of age story about a girl who runs her family's laundromat, and then she meets a ghost. It's very cute. And I read the Sheets in a sitting. Like, I was sitting on the porch, and I just like read it all the way through, and then the first and second Lore Olympus took me 4 days in total. Like, I read each book in 2 days. And honestly, that's what got me to be like, oh, you do like to read, ma'am? And I read those as like physical books. So that's proud of me for that. But then ever since then, I haven't stopped reading. So
that's good. That's good. Have the two of you ever thought about doing shorts for longer videos? I am a long form creator. I struggle with doing shorts. I do not have the creativity or the bandwidth to put into that. I've always been a long form creator, even over on my craft channel. It is all long form. So, and my advice that I have got from the YouTubes is to do one or the other. Occasionally do something short, but there's a lot of people out there that used to do long form content, then started doing short form content, and now they're struggling to get people to watch their long form content. And so some of those bigger channels and that their advice is, well, they've done videos how short form content wrecked their channel. Some of them have gone on and redone their, like, just do long form on another channel and don't do any short form. So I'm just going to stick with what I know. I can't speak for Neva, but yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Neva?
I've thought about doing, so this is what Brie does this, I know for a fact, and then I know some true crime channels that do this, where they will basically, you have the option when you go to upload a video to take a snippet of your video and make it into a short. I've thought about doing that, because what it does is it links that long form video. So like Brie did it with her Fourth Wing video. She took a snippet of the Fourth Wing video, and then at the bottom, like where your description would be, it has like a link to her actual video, so you can click that and it'll take you to the full video. I've thought about doing that. I don't really do short form content. I'm kind of the same as Nicole. First of all, I talk too fucking much for that. But also, short form content stresses me out because it only gives you like 60 seconds to do whatever it is you're doing. I will do them for like unboxings. Like I just posted one to my Instagram. I guess I could post it to YouTube. Of when I opened up all of my new Kindle stickers. I did that. And then I think I did another one for something else that I opened. I don't remember. But I know that I posted that one the other day where I filmed it in like one-time speed and then I sped it up so that it would fit that like 60 seconds or whatever. But as far as like anything that would require me to speak, no. Also, I'm not very good at editing short form videos. So yeah, I don't do them.
Well, the only thing I do short form content for is the Jenga bingo that I'm doing. All the bingo pics, like for the prompts and that, I do that, and that's every Sunday. So I basically have short Sundays. And then that just gets treated like a normal everyday video. And I really, that's about the capacity I have. And when I used to be in front of the camera for that, like this year, it's all overhead because where the focus is the Jenga tower. Last year I was in front of the camera, and the year before, same thing. I would talk and I'd always go over, so I'd have to cut stuff out, which made it very jumpy, or I had to speed it up. So speeding it up was the option for me. But it's not my forte, and it's not somewhere where I feel comfortable. I get quite stressed about it as well. So I'd just rather not do it. Yeah. Selena is on page 487 of the stand and finally 40% through the stand. And just going back to those shorts, like I see tons that I think that I would be able to do, and I've tried to do them and they just don't look any good. So yeah, just don't bother. It's just easier not to bother. Got to chapter 18 of 20 and finished 2 rows on the blanket. Go, Christina. That was good. Nicole, am I the only annoyed when the Women's Prize sends out the books to channels and Instagram accounts that don't talk about the books? No, I actually think it's pretty crappy that they do that when there are so many channels, or not so many, but there are quite a few that are quite passionate about it, and yeah, they don't even get a look in. It's just, talked about the books the rest of the year. It's obviously they're not reading them. I felt a little bit that way myself. So thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful day. Sleep well, everybody. Selena Stephen King, right? Yes, I think that is the stand. I've tried a few of his and just couldn't get into him. Maybe it's his writing style. Possibly. Not everybody digs his writing style. I thought of buying the Nook, but the free books don't appeal to me, and the Barnes and Noble tend to be higher for the ebooks.
I'll also say this. I'm trying to decide how I'm going to make content on this Nook, because I'm really not thrilled.
Yeah.
I ordered one. I ordered the pink one, which from what I've seen on the website, you can't get it anymore. I know it was like a website exclusive thing. And I bought it simply because it was pink. I'm going to be honest. But I also wanted to try it out. The battery life on this thing.
Yeah, you were saying the other day it was pretty average.
Is to be desired. Especially if you're someone who reads very rarely on an e-reader, or you're using it simply for travel purposes, it might work for you. Okay, I am what you would consider a heavy e-reader user. I almost exclusively read, if I'm reading with my eyes, I almost exclusively use my Kindle, especially for novels, actual books. Graphic novels and manga are different, but for actual full-length books, I do use my Kindle, which means I'm reading on my Kindle, I would say an average of 1 to 2 hours per day. Now, they say this would last 10 weeks if you're reading 30 minutes per day. I can get it to last about a month. I just charged this yesterday.
and it's still at 99%. And I have used it. I used it yesterday after I charged it, and I've used it all day today, like throughout today. The Nook, which is it's over there. I'm not gonna get it, but I had to charge it twice since I received it out of the box, not counting when I actually got it out of the box. I always charge electronics as soon as I take them out of the box. But outside of that, I've had to charge it twice, and I've only had it and been using it for about a week. So that's not
great. That's the same as a phone, like.
And I'm really not using my Nook a lot, if I'm going to be honest. I only grabbed like free books for the Nook. I bought one, but I didn't buy it, but it was part of with Barnes & Noble. If you have like their subscription thing, their premium, you get one ebook per month. So I put that, I got my ebook for the month and I put that on there. I don't know if the other models are maybe better, but the one that I got, which is like I think it's the Glow Light 4, and and it was in the pink color. I can't personally recommend, especially if you are someone who is a heavy e-reader user.
And that's the thing, like I've had e-readers before, and if you're a heavy user, which then I was, because I was doing a lot of, sitting around waiting and all that sort of stuff, I had to charge it the same sort of thing every second day, every third day or something like that, which is just ridiculous. So.
And you might as well read on your phone if you're going to do that.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. Rasha says, I already learned that lesson. The Leo man I dated was the most toxic, emotional abuse, cheating, manipulation, never again. Yeah. They're a little bit much to be desired at times. It is a pretty book, isn't it? Like, I love it. So pretty. And I've been hanging to read. But it's one that I want to take my time with, but I am going to be reading it this week. I don't care if it takes me 2 weeks to read it. So I'm very excited. And as I said, it fits my prompt, because the book that I did have picked out, I wasn't feeling it. So, but this came in, I'm like, ow! I got so excited. I was a little bit confused at first, but then I got very excited. And it came in a pretty purple bag, which I actually have inside. It's not out here. So yeah, it was very pretty. I just discovered that my edition of the Blue Beautiful World has a character list. Place list, tech list at the back of the book. I don't know how the ebook version deals with this. Don't know either. I haven't got it yet, so I'll let you know. So have you got this? You've obviously got this one in the physical. Hubby and I want to ignore the clock. LOL. We both have 3 chapters left in our books, but I did look, and it's 1 a.m. Decisions. Thank you so much, Sadia. It was such a beautiful surprise. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And it's so exciting that it fits for my prompt this week as well. Discord, there we go. And that's why I did, because I put in Sadia and nothing was coming up. So yeah, that is cool. I will make a note of that. Let me just see. Where is it? Print screen. There we go. That should do it. Let me just take a little snippet of that. Sorry, I'm just doing all the things. I'm just taking took the snipping tool of that, and that should now save for me. Why won't it save? Why are you not letting me save it? All right. Lady Sadia 72. All right. Oh God, everything's happening in the background. Oh, it's all happening. I pressed the button and it's all happening. Everything's opening up, scaring me to death. Like, oh my God, I'm just going to get kicked out. Or you'll be all on your own. Luckily, Neva can run everything from the back of house, so there's that.
Well, I can be like, well, Nicole's left us. So nice having you all. Goodbye.
If you had have seen my screen just then, I had all these pop-ups come up because I press the print screen on the keyboard, which will bring up the snipping tool really quickly, and then I can take a snip of what I need, and then but then it was saying it didn't work, so all this stuff was popping up, and I'm like, what the hell? It did work. It was just my computer having a moment. I recommend A Codependent by oh, okay, that's interesting. I don't even know how to say that.
Madhumita
Yeah.
Murgia.
From the Women's Prize non-fiction list. It's good so far. I was lucky to get it as a NetGalley arc. Awesome.
First of all, to that author, I know I butchered your name. I'm so sorry. You're not watching this, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, just in case.
I really butchered that, so apologies.
You're right. It's just it is such a sweet thing. Hermione was there. Oh, was she?
Yeah, she had to have been, because if that's when we were introduced to Moaning Myrtle, because that would have been after the troll. The troll was in the first book, so that must have been before, like when we were introduced to Moaning Myrtle, but before they made the Polyjuice potion.
I don't know. It's all starting to blend in now.
Who knows? I don't know. I've been reading this series for 17 years. I couldn't tell you at this point.
I've only read it once, and I still can't tell you. I think Ginny was a throwaway character in the movies. Yeah, she was. Yeah,
she was made to just look like the giggling schoolgirl, which is like, I understand, like there is kind of a subplot for that. Like there is a point where that's kind of what she's doing, is like she's very shy and like she's like kind of caught up in like Harry's celebrity or whatever, but she's not like that the entire book series.
This is very interesting too. I think there was so much focus on Hermione in the films where she even gets some of Ron's lines and makes him a secondary adjacent character. That is, didn't leave room for the rest of the ensemble. Interesting.
And I think part of, okay, so I don't necessarily think that Ron was a secondary character.
No.
There were some lines that were switched around. So there were lines that like Hermione would have said in the books that Ron said. There were just lines that were switched around. A lot of that has to do with the way that the plot ends up having to go because of how much they left out of the fourth book, or the fourth movie. Because it really becomes evident that there are things that are switched around from the fourth movie on. And that's mostly because otherwise the plot doesn't work anymore. Like the way that they had to change the plot, it wouldn't have worked.
That's fair enough. And I mean, that happens in movies all the time. In the books, Hermione's more relatable and likable, in my opinion. Yeah, she definitely is. I like her better in the books than I do in the movie. In the movies, she's fine, but sometimes she just comes off as, a little bit abrasive, just a bit. I requested Sandwich by Catherine Newman, as I thought it could have potential for Booker or even the Women's Prize. I actually got a couple that I thought looked all right, that are coming out. One was the Vixen Amber Holloway, Her Best Self, and as I said, Shanghai Highlanders by Julie Min. I think all have a little bit of potential, but I could be wrong. Like, I only guessed two, and one of which ended up on my list because of you, Chris. So I'm going to take your word for it on that one. But I will be keeping an eye out on. So do let me know what you're thinking and all the rest of it, because I will add them to a master list and then pick from there and all that sort of stuff. Because you have been very, very helpful in getting books and all that sort of stuff brought to my attention, which is good. Jean says for my Kobo, it's once every 2 weeks, and I'm a heavy user like Neva. So are you just going to read the pretty book with only your eyeballs? I actually already have the book Binder of Jericho on my Audible because I pre-ordered it, but I just haven't got around to it. So I will probably immersive read this one. See how I go, because I do have 2 books this week that I have to read with my eyeballs, but I can always bump one. It's not actually part of a list or anything, so I can bump it for that one. So far this year, I've only read 2 books. I'm on my 3rd book with my eyeballs. So yeah, finished my book, 5 stars. I have work in the morning, so heading to bed now. Thank you for the sprints. As always, good night, everybody. Thanks for joining, Maria. I really appreciate being here. And we'll see you next time. Are there any reasons publishers turn down requests on NetGalley? Because you haven't.
There are a lot of reasons that you could get. They may only have so many arts they can give. Your score may not be great. You may not have ever reviewed books from them before, which seems like a really stupid reason to not give them to you. But if for some reason, if you don't have like a social media, like if all you have is like a Goodreads account that's linked to your NetGalley, sometimes they'll overlook you if you don't have like YouTube, Instagram, or anything else linked. So even if you're not reviewing on all of your social media platforms, I still list them all. So like I even have like my personal Facebook account listed. I don't review on my personal Facebook account, unless of course I forget to turn off auto share between Facebook and Instagram, and then the whole world sees the smut book I just read last week. But that's fine.
I realized the other day that my Dusty Book Snippers is connected to my personal one. I'm like, why am I getting likes on Facebook for something like for Dusty Books? And I went in and I'm like, oh, because auto share had, because I'd updated the app and the auto share had clicked back on again. But I'm like, I'm not posting on Facebook anyway, so who cares?
My grandma may or may not have seen my review of Priest last year. So and when I tell you that she messaged me and was like, what is this book about? Like she was like actually inquiring, like she was gonna read it. And I was like, how did you know I read this book? I was so confused. And she was like, she I think had my cousin help her take a screenshot of my grandma. She's not very tech savvy. And she sent me like a screen grab. And I said, why are you on my Instagram? And she was like, no, this posted to Facebook. And I was like, Grandma, that's not a book for you to read. Like my grandma's she's gotten a little bit better.
It seems like it might be a religious book, but believe me, it's not.
She's been deconstructing, but she's still way too religious to read Priest. Like that's just blasphemy in a book.
Fully. All I kept thinking is my grandfather and my grandmother are turning in their graves.
Like she would have been like, excuse me. I was like, you can't read that. I was like, please do not read that book.
No.
Do not.
No.
But also publishers will turn you down if your score is not very high. Or if you're I think the publishers may be able to see like how consistent you are with actually like reviewing things on time. Like,
I must admit, like it's been a struggle for me to get approved. I've done a lot of Read It Nows to get my score up.
Yeah.
So right at this point, so all they're seeing right now is that I'm being very consistent.
Yeah, and that's what they want is like the consistency. But there's a million and one reasons. Yeah, people have said that at the end of the day, if you're not being approved by certain publishers that you really want to read, to actually like every publishing website has like a contact or like an ARC reader section or something. They have some way of you contacting the publisher directly, and you can request ARCs that way. There are like templates.
And NetGalley's not the only place to get ARCs either.
You can get ARCs. There are people. I mean, if you scour like other social media platforms, like
last year I did, and the year before, I did a lot of arcs, indie arcs through independent like arc reviewing companies that had like literally they just started on Instagram. They like will open up discords. I'm actually in a discord where I can get arcs. I don't request arcs from there very often because not a lot of them are appealing to me, and they're all indie authors, so I'm not going to request indie arcs unless I'm actually going to read them. NetGalley, this is gonna sound so bad when I say it, but NetGalley gives me a little bit more freedom if I don't get these like big books read, like Dungeons and Drama. I just finished it. It came out in January, but it's a bigger. It's like they're not independently published. That book is not independently published. I feel much worse requesting indie arcs and then not getting them reviewed because ultimately, like an indie author is working off of what they have. They don't have like a publisher that's pushing their book or anything like that. But you can like Google how to get arcs. That is not just NetGalley.
Yeah, NetGalley's not the only one. There's Book Sirens, there's Voracious something or other, the one that I talked about a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, you can contact publishers direct. There's obviously NetGalley as well, but there's many places that you can get arcs as well. So Paperwhite lasts forever. Have you ever been tempted, Neva, to read the Women's Prize for Fiction longlist books? There's still time.
Shannon, my honest answer is no. Okay.
I could have answered that one for you, but
for the same reason that I also, people ask me this question about like the Goodreads Choice Awards or whatever the hell it's called. I don't care to do that, to be honest. If there are books, like there were some books that Nicole talked about, like in her predictions video and stuff that I like wrote down, because they sounded like books that I would want to read. That's just too, for me personally, that's too structured and too much pressure for me.
Realistically, it's the only full-on structured one that I do.
Yeah, because I actually contemplated doing the Goodreads Choice Awards last year. I was going to do, a lot of people did romance. I was actually specifically going to do horror and thriller, the horror and thriller sections. And then I got everything set up and I looked at it and I was like, I don't think this is going to bring me any kind of joy. Like there were books on every list that they had last year except Romantasy, to be honest. Like I the Romantasy section did nothing for me. But basically almost every list had at least one book that I had read, including Romantasy, actually, because I read Serpent and the Wings of Night. But like a lot of the books that I would have wanted to read, I'd already read. So like in the romance section, like Pucking Around was a nomination for the romance section, and like I'd already read that. So like, yeah, it's just too structured. I'm not I would read them just as books, but I'm not tempted to read them as a video.
Well, Brittany has no desire to read them either, but she actually watches all the in-depth videos that I do on them, and
I watched them all also. I watched all of them last year.
Yeah, and Brittany said, I thought I knew Brittany before the list came out, but she said that's how we met, was through the Women's Prize for Fiction last year.
Yeah, I have no desire to read them, but I like watching Nicole's videos.
Especially if they're a shit book. I'm like, what the fuck am I reading?
But yeah, I don't personally have any. I think that it's good content, and I enjoy like listening to Nicole talk about them, but I don't care to do it myself. So.
Yeah, last year I basically read the book and then talked about them. I didn't really do many check-ins. This year I'm doing it a little bit different, and I'm checking in as I'm going, as you would have seen on the weekend. They're a little bit longer, but they're a lot more in depth. And I know when I go and watch other people talk about their books that I know that do these lists and stuff like that, I really like the ones that are in depth because you know that they've read the book. Whereas some of the other people that just sort of breeze over them, I'm like, I could have done that from the story graph. You know, I'm not saying that they didn't read it and that's their choice to do that, but I just feel like sometimes they haven't read the book. And Shannon and I have had conversations about this in past streams and stuff like that. So yeah. Thanks for the stream, so useful. I'm glad that we could help you out, and I'm not sure what you're laughing at, but okay. Jean's also saying that you can get ARCs through Goodreads and HarperCollins calendar Canada directly via Twitter. Yes, I have heard that you can get through HarperCollins, you can get them through their Twitter. No worries, Selena. Thank you for joining. I only know Neva from these streams, but I don't think the Women's Prize long list would be for her. No. Well, you do read some literary fiction, but not very often.
Here's the thing. Neva would be really annoyed because here's the thing. First of all, I'm not a literary fiction person really at all. Okay. I've read some, and sometimes it like works for me and sometimes it doesn't. Literary fiction tends to be a little too flowery, like writing wise for me, and
all cryptic.
Yeah,
and
it
can be quite where you sit there and you go, I feel like a dumbass because I don't know what I'm reading.
I need to know exactly what's going on in a book most of the time. Now, there have been exceptions to this. Catherine House is an exception. Most people didn't think I would like Catherine House. I liked it because it was a vibes book. I still have no Ferellan clue what happened in that book, but I gave it 4 stars because it was the ride for me. Okay. I've actually thought about rereading Catherine House just because I do own it. But it was a ride. Like, the ending is very like ambiguous. You have no idea what the hell is even happening the entire time. Like, I'm just like, okay. I went into Catherine House thinking it was YA, and then could not figure out why they were doing so many drugs and having so much sex, and then realized that they were in college, not in high school. But I found that the Women's Prize long list comprised of literary fiction and nonfiction books.
It's the fiction one is only it's literary fiction. And this year they brought out a nonfiction. This is the first year. This is the first year we've had a nonfiction. No. But in saying that, last year there was a book on it called Homesick by Jennifer Croft that felt very memoirish.
Here's the thing. I want to be a nonfiction girly. I find that the only nonfictions that I read are memoirs. Like, if you're trying to give me like I've done like the personal development books. Some of them are okay, but some of them I'm just like,
it's the same thing with a different cover.
I already knew this. Right? You know,
if you're living life and you're not under a rock, you pretty much know the stuff that's in them.
The only nonfiction that I pick up on like a regular basis isn't even like really a nonfiction book. It's my devotional by Bob Goff, and that's talking about Jesus. Okay, so no, thank you. And then literary fiction is just so hit and miss for me that I feel like I would hate any content that I made around it, because I feel like half the books I would be like.
That's why I was so surprised. Like the Bandit Queens was on the Women's Prize for Fiction last year, and I put that as one of my favorite books for the readathon, and I was realized at how many people actually really enjoyed that. Because these are people that I have not ever seen them talk about a literary fiction that I'm aware of. I mean, they probably have, but you know, it wasn't something that I expected people to be like really enjoying. But it's a really good book. So no worries, Shannon. Thank you for being here and asking the tough questions. We appreciate that. And Selena says, Neva, what a book for her to have seen. Praise.
Listen, like, here's the thing. Of all of the books, I mean, at least she didn't see The Sinner, because I don't know what I would have done.
Like that book has like it's a dude like standing, like you see like the bottom half of his body, and then it's a girl, and the girl, like it's the main characters in the book. It's Sin and Ellington. I don't remember what the fuck her name is. Anyway, but she's like knelt down in front of him with she's got like a collar and like a chain around her neck.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. But like I was like,
I think I would have heard her. Never.
Like of all the books that my grandmother could have seen, she saw Priest. Like y'all couldn't have shown her like the Witsec series. Like at least the Witsec series kind of looks like YA. You know what I mean?
It's got a pretty cover on it.
So I could have, and at least with like Witsec, I could have been like, yeah, it's a thriller, but it has romance. Like you know what I mean? I could have like pussyfooted around it. She saw Priest. Like, there's no way to soften that blow. Okay, the whole book is Catholic blasphemy. That's what that is.
To be fair, I would like to see Neva doing a video on Trespassers and Cursed Bread, perhaps on Patreon. Well, you're gonna get to see Pod.
You're going to see Pod. I would be willing to read these books and do a review if that's what you're like wanting, is like you're wanting my like true opinion. I'm always open to having suggestions like that made. I just could not foresee myself reading. I don't remember how many
list
Nicole has to
read. 16 books. Yeah,
but
in a short, and it's not even spread out over the year. It's in a 5-week period.
Yeah. So I mean, Shannon, let me write this down because I'm not going to remember what these are called. But if you want me to read, what is this? Trespassers
is by Louise Kennedy. And Cursed Bread, I cannot remember the author of Cursed Bread.
Okay, and then Cursed Bread. Okay, so I am willing to do like reviews of this. Patreon.
These aren't very long books either. They're only, I think, Trespassers is like 250, and Cursed Bread on just over 200 pages.
Okay, yeah. So
you can get them from Z Library as well.
Okay, so I will read these, Shannon, and I will do the videos. I guess depending on how the videos go would be how I would decide if they were going to stay like only on Patreon or if they were going to go. I mean, if I'm like cussing all the time, then they're just going to have to stay on Patreon. But Patreon always gets videos first, so like tomorrow.
Shannon just wants to torture Neva with Trespassers and Cursed Bread, and I like these books. This is awesome.
I'm going to be editing my weekend vlog tomorrow and putting it up on Patreon, and then it's probably going to go up on the main feed on Tuesday, I think. I have given up on having like structured days to upload. That just is too much for me. So at this point, my goal is to just try to have one video up a week that's not a sprint, like an actual video. But I can't tell you what days they will go up. So
yeah, for me, right, like I've got other videos that I'm editing and whatnot, but I'm only focusing on the Women's Prize for Fiction video to go up once a week. So yeah. Chris says, thanks Nicole for saying that, Ari, the Women's Prize books, it's obvious that certain people do not read the books but only discuss them for the clicks. Hope you both have a great week. Yeah, I have noticed, like, when I first started watching people and that, and I thought, oh, this is cool, they're you know, reading them and all the rest of it. But then when I started reading the books, and as I said, Shannon and I have discussed this a bit, and I started reading the books, especially the short list, because I've read the short lists for a few years now. And when I started reading the long list last year, I'm like, it is evident that some people have not read these books because, you don't even know, like, you're not even talking about the same book that I read. Like, and it's not because of a different interpretation. You were thinking it was about a dog when in actual fact it wasn't. Like, had nothing to do with the dog. There was a dog in it, but it had nothing to do with the dog. So yeah. There you go. Shannon put it up straight away. A Dog of the North. It was where people thought it was about a dog. Spare me. It was not about that at all. And that.
Yeah,
And if you would like to know what it was about, I do have last year's Women's Prize for Fiction. I read the entire long list and I put 4 books into each video. This year I'm doing 3 books into each video, except for one. There will be 4, but they're quite short books. So, yeah. And they're my least likely ones that I'll like, and they always come last. But then I get mildly surprised sometimes. So, yeah. But on that note, we have come to the end of the comments. And we're going to say goodbye because I'm still really sleepy. I'm struggling to stay awake, so I think I need a nana nap, or I'm going to try and push through. And Neva's yawning as well. She's got to get Ari up for school. But we'd like to say thank you so much for joining. We really do appreciate it. I will be back on Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I follow directly after Brittany on Tuesday evening if you're in the Northern Hemisphere. And I will be reading something. I have no idea what I'll be reading because I just don't know whether I'm going to finish the book that I've got here on the go today or not, which is Hangman, which is off the Women's Prize for Fiction. But I will be reading something. Most likely will be this book here. And yeah, and we will see you next time. Have you got anything coming up in the next few days, Neva, that you wanted to mention before we go?
I'll have my weekend vlog, so it's not going to be very long, but I do have some B-roll this time. That's fun, because I have a camera now. So. Yeah, so I'll have that video, and then not this weekend because this weekend is Face Off weekend with Realmathon, but the weekend after will be 24-hour sprints. So 24
Easter weekend.
This month falls over Easter weekend. So, like, I understand if people can't be there. But I also figure, you know, if you are stuck with your family and you need an escape, you can come hang out.
It's always a good time.
I'll have graphics up this week so that maybe it's not like the day before. And then I'm like, here's your graphics.
That's okay. That's okay. Whatever works for you, Neva.
As I tend to do.
No worries. All right. That is it from us today. Have a fabulous rest of your day. Sleep well, everybody. And we will see you in the next video. Bye for now.